Just a second. Want everybody to do that. And we are live, sir.
All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the city council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on channel 8, the city's website, and then YouTube. Live streaming on Fed services will be provided tonight. Council meeting by telephone, dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. Call this study session to order at 6:05. Up first, Victory Prep Academy update. Jason Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Jason Nissen, Director of Strategic Partnerships, here to provide a brief introduction for your first agenda item, Victory Prep Academy. Victory Prep Academy provides a liberal arts education with an emphasis on STEM, as well as business and entrepreneurship, where students attain the skills they need to be successful learners. We have Ron Jadelski, Chief Executive Officer, here to provide further details and answer any questions you might have. Ron?
Thank you.
Reason that we wanted to talk to city council is that we feel like for 25 years now, we've worked to build 3 of the highest performing schools in the entire state of Colorado in the school district that we're in. And we feel like we're kind of the best kept secret in Colorado, but the sustainability of the schools means that we have to be valuable to other members of the community. So we're working very hard that our parents and our students take ownership of the schools so that the schools can be maintained and sustain the high level of performance that they've had. We're the only school organization in the state of Colorado that has 3 schools all at the same time, all rated performance by the Colorado Department of Education for over a decade in this school district. But what we're saying is that you guys are right across the street. And what we want to do is that Tina and I aren't going to be here forever. We want to build a partnership. A lot of our kids are going to full ride to the School of Mines. Our kids are doing 4 years of engineering and robotics. We just got awarded 9 electric buses from the Department of Public Health and Environment and the EPA. There's a lot of good things that are going on across the street. And so what we want to do is to try to make sure, is to kind of profile who we are and how well we're doing, how long we've been here. And the truth of it is that we want to be here for the long term. But we need to be owned by the community, not just by Ron and Tina running the school. We have about 10 or 12 people that work for us now. David Guzman, who's the operations manager, assessment coordinator, who are all former students who come back. Math teachers, teaching assistants. Who all come back and they see the value in these schools. So I felt like what we wanted to just do is kind of just highlight that we're right across the street. That we've been working on the success of the schools now since 1998. But we need a bigger partnership. We need more ownership of the community. So when we're not there, the schools are valuable and people in the community are going to work to sustain what we built. Make sense?
Yeah.
How are you, Steve?
Do you have your presentation?
Actually, you guys were supposed to receive a video. We felt like if you watched the video before, rather than take the whole. So the video is about 13 minutes and we had 15 minutes. So I feel like what they were going to ask is that everybody watch the video before the meeting. Has anybody seen the video?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So I watch a video and listen to your comments. How are you, what are you saying about owning it, the city being part of this, or what exactly are you asking?
I'm saying city council, come and visit the school. Let our kids see you. I'm saying let our kids be exposed to internships from businesses in the community. We get calls from employers. Our kids, they wear uniforms every day. They come to school every day. They're disciplined, they're committed. And we've got employers that are calling us saying, how many more of your kids can I hire? So I feel like that there's a connection there. Whether it's the economic development piece, internships from businesses in the community. There's a lot more businesses here now than when we started the school. So I feel like in other ways, them coming and visit city council to see how decisions are made. How decisions are made around their homes, around their schools, and how that's done.
Well, I know we have two school districts here, Adams 14, 27J. So we have a good relationship with them. How is your relationship with Adams 14 president?
We don't have a relationship with Adams 14.
Are you looking to rebuild that?
Oh, no, so the truth of it is that we were informed that our data on the success of our schools, if you were reauthorized by Adams 14, would take off Adams 14 off of the accountability clock that they've been on now for 14 consecutive years. And Adams 14 refused. They refused to partner. So there's nothing we could do about that.
That's very important.
You know, these are schools that are within our community. I think it's important that we have it open for those students to participate in things like our youth programs and any scholarship opportunities through some of our nonprofits. I think that every student within our community deserves some of the resources that we have to offer. I was unaware that there was not a partnership with District 14. And I just want to make sure that students have access to the same services that we provide to 27J and 14.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to me from that perspective.
I feel like our kids and our families have earned it. They've been committed for all these years. There are numerous students that we have in our schools now who are the children of the students we started out with 20 years ago.
I'm also not clear. Are you suggesting that the city has never offered the same opportunities to your students that the other students are offered, such as scholarships or internships? As far as I knew, we treated both school districts and the schools within.
Intentional. I think the truth of it is we're just off the radar.
Pardon
We're
me?
just off the radar. We sit across the street, we're just off the radar. It's not, there's not an intentional sliding going on here. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I feel like there's just a lack of awareness of our kids and their success and what our schools do. There's not an intentional neglect of anybody.
Were you, did a council member invite you to the study session tonight?
No, we've been around here forever. We've been around here forever. I was born and raised, born in a house down the street.
Do any council members have students or grandkids at Victory Prep?
Some of mine went to CLA early on. Some of my children did.
At Victory Prep?
No, at CLA over off of Highway 269.
Is that another school?
Community Leadership Academy.
Community leadership, it's still part of the same organization, but it's the elementary level instead of the high school level at Victory Prep.
Did you have are there any staff's children who go to your school also?
Our staff,
Our city staffs?
I don't believe so. We've had Adams City or Adams 14 administrator staff, our children go to our school. But I don't know if there's any city staff who have kids that are 10. That's good.
So you're.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming out. And I'm a big believer in high quality education wherever it's at. And I'm also a big believer that adults shouldn't have, adult problems shouldn't impact students. And so if there's any way that you feel like there's a better relationship needs to be had, or any type of internships or doing a tour, and I'm open to doing a tour, being part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's a simple ask. It's not a complicated ask. It's a simple.
Well, yeah, and I love to be a part of that in any form or fashion, and making sure we're not pitting you guys against anyone else. But again, at the end of the day, it's about the students for me. So if I can be of a value, let me know.
Councilmember Douglas?
Hi, so you're a private charter organization, is that correct?
We're not private. We're a public school.
But you're a charter, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And are you a nonprofit organization
Yeah.
or for profit?
Not private. 501c3.
And don't you have a sign on the side of your building that's kind of it it's not favorable towards the Adams 14 school district.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Councilmember, Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to what Councilmember Dukes had mentioned, I would love to come in to get a better understanding, comprehension as well with, excuse me, with what the students are doing and what the goals are, moving forward. Understand it's a separate entity from what Adams 14 and 27J have, got it. But to understand and comprehend as far as what your guys' school is doing, I would love to see that. Love to get a tour, love to get a full in-depth review to understand everything you guys are doing. So I'm open to that altogether. I've, request through the city manager to essentially obtain some contact information so we can get that in. But tonight, I appreciate you being here tonight to kind of just give that update.
I appreciate it. And we have some business cards here. Thank you.
For me, I absolutely will come and take a tour. You have a class that you want me to speak to, whatever. I'm open to doing all those things. I would do it for any of the schools within our community. I'd like to know more about, I knew where you were. I just don't know the in-between piece, and I'd like to learn that. Another thing that I would suggest is to go and, I always try to tell every business in our community, to strive to be a corporate resident, to be part of the community and engage with the bigger part of the community. I would say going to the Chamber of Commerce meetings. I would invite you, you could be a guest of mine at the Rotary meetings, because those are venues and opportunities to be able to help make other business partners and agencies aware of who you are, what you are, and how you are. And I just absolutely want to make sure that the students that are attending within our community or coming out of our community have access to all of the other opportunities that the rest of the children have in our community as well. So I'll help work with you, but I would request that you talk to our staff, work with our staff as to what some of those opportunities are. I mean, Rotary does a program every year. We give 500 families shoes for the kids every year for Christmas and stuff. And it's important that we do that for everybody. It shouldn't be just for some and not others. So love to take some time. You can call me anytime. I'm open to helping you engage within our community. I would do that for any of our educational resources. So thanks for being
I
here.
appreciate it, Sean. Thank you.
There's a lot of charter schools in both 27J and in Adams 14.
In Adams 14?
In 27J and Adams 14. Are you the only charter school company in Adams 14?
There are no charter schools in Adams 14.
Pardon me?
There's no charter schools that are authorized by Adams 14.
Victory Prep is not a charter school?
No, we're a charter school, but we're authorized by the state. And the other charter schools that are embedded in the Adams 14 boundaries are not authorized by Adams 14. So Adams 14, so within the geographical boundaries of Adams 14, there are charter schools, but they're unaffiliated with Adams 14.
I see. So you don't take any of the resources from the public school pot for Adams 14 in order for your school?
The money follows the student.
Pardon me?
The money follows the student.
The money follows the students, right? Right. And Councilmember Douglas mentioned the sign that was on your building, and the banner said not affiliated
Yes,
with
yes.
Adams 14.
Yes, we
I
have
think
to say
was
that.
why she drew the conclusion
Yeah.
that maybe
Oh, is that what
some
you're talking
people,
about?
we can't both talk at the same time. That some people might conclude that it was, you were separating yourself in a negative way, as opposed to making a positive statement. I have a little trouble with this because we have so many schools that want something from the city. We have previously determined that when one school asks, all schools get the same thing. Every single school gets the same thing. Nobody gets more than anybody else from Commerce City. The city council has authorized the exact same of money for every single school, whether it is a charter school or a public school or a state charter school or a district charter school, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has gotten the same amount of money. So I do want to make that point as well.
Thank you for coming down here. I did look at your video, and if any of the council members would like to go over and visit, please contact Ron Wojcicki, our member of staff, and set that up. And then when you do, come back and report and let us know.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you. All right, next up, Metro District follow-up and Special District Finance. Hey, John.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. I'm here tonight to talk to you about, well, a lot of things, but metro districts and special districts. I'll try to move as quickly through the presentation as I can to leave enough time for, I'm sure will be a robust discussion on the back end of this because there's a lot to cover. So tonight, really, we're trying to answer a lot of questions that council has asked over the past few months. Outlined here, the January 8th, 2024 meeting, council asked about Metro District board meeting requirements, as well as the impact of nonprofit or other tax exempt uses, property uses on the district's ability to discharge its debt, and the dissolution process for districts. Additionally, council also asked staff to conduct either in-house or through a third party a review of service plans and mill levy certifications. So we'll cover that. And then the big question brought up at the October 23rd, 2023 study session is what alternative mechanisms are there to financing public infrastructure and new development apart from metro districts? So what we'll cover tonight, we'll start by just a very high level background on metro districts, make sure we're all working off the same page and the same base of knowledge for this. I'll then move into answering those questions. We'll talk about how infrastructure currently is funded in the north of the city and how it might be funded in the future. Discuss the future of the Metro District moratorium, and then finish by overviewing some future policy approaches that we might take with metro districts. So what do metropolitan districts do? What are they? They're governed by Title 32, Colorado Revised Statutes. They allow developers to form quasi-governmental entity, essentially their own local government, that has the authority to levy property taxes that they can use to secure debt to construct infrastructure. That infrastructure is then typically dedicated back to the city, or in the case of water and sewer, the water district. But what that allows is a lower cost to the developer. If they have to seek this sort of debt on the private market, especially with current market conditions, interest rates are very high, it becomes expensive and sometimes prohibitively so. The Metro District as a governmental entity has more favorable tax treatment and a better bond rating because it's backed by property taxes. So the other thing that this does is it localizes the cost of growth. If the developer isn't paying for this and the city pays for it, the city's issuing the debt, that comes from the tax base for the whole city. So you're asking residents who don't see the direct impact of this new development in their community to be paying for it. So it allows growth to essentially pay for itself and can offer lower prices. Additionally, once the district is established, it can also fund ongoing operations and maintenance as dictated by the service plan signed with the city, such as landscaping, parks and rec, design review, covenant enforcement, and other abilities. Again, governed under Title 32 and also local law. Title 32 sets the bare minimum, sets the base standards that metro districts have to adhere to. As a home rule municipality, though, Commerce City can and has adopted regulations that exceed what's set out in Title 32 and has broad latitude to do so. So metro district formations, the first step, the developer will come to the city and will submit an application for a new service plan. That's reviewed by staff, and staff concludes this based on criteria set out by council. Ordinance 2549, Resolution 136, approved last November, set the new model service plan. And that's the standard that we look at when we're reviewing this. That's what the developer has to adhere to. So we work with the applicant to ensure that their plan conforms to council's expectations of what a service plan is. And if that, for any reason, they're requesting a variance from that service plan, they provide sufficient justification for why they're requesting. Once staff has reviewed it and believes that it largely does conform to the regulations and is a good service plan, it then goes to city council for a public hearing. So there's public notice, there's opportunity for public testimony. It's also a chance for council to review the application and service plan and ask questions of the applicant themselves directly. And based on the findings of the public hearing, council may approve the plan, approve with conditions, or outright deny the plan. And the criteria for what council should be looking at when they review is outlined in CRS 32-12203. Council does have very broad latitude to deny a service plan for whatever reason that comes before them. So it's not just if the applicant checks all of the boxes, it has to be approved. Council still does have a lot of discretion when that comes before them. Assuming that this plan is approved, the district then files a petition, or the applicant files a petition for organization in district court. They also hold their initial election for board of directors and district authority, and the district authority. So the board of directors is composed of property owners and residents of the district. At this point in the district's life cycle, that's really only going to be the developers. And then the final step, the court has a hearing on the service plan. They review based on similar criteria, and they order an election if it's approved. So all property owners and residents are eligible electors within the district. So if there's to be, apartments or other uses such as that, anyone who lives there, even if they don't own property within the district, if they're a resident of the district, they are still eligible to vote in those elections. Once the election results are certified, then the district is formally created. So what's council's role in all this? So there's two slides here. The first is what's mandated by the Special District Act, what's in Title 32 that council has to do. After that, we'll talk about what council may do. So decision on the service plan. That's what we talked about with the public hearing. Council must have the hearing and can approve, deny, or approve with conditions based on the criteria established by Title 32 and by council. Decision on material modifications. That's the other big thing council does. A material modification is any substantial change to the operation provision of new service. The definitions laid out in the model service plan that's signed by a district. If council believes that there has been a material modification to the service plan, it has a couple courses of action. It may file an injunction in district court, which will then adjudicate the matter and bring the district back into compliance if there has been a material modification. Or it may seek sanctions. Some of our newer service plans do outline sanctions that council may impose that are short of filing an injunction in district court. Additionally, council may fill vacancies on the board of directors for districts. And also receive various reports as mandated by state law. So what council may do, and this is not action that council must take per state law, but is permitted, actions on inclusions, exclusions, consolidations, and eminent domain. That's something that is included in our service plans. If a district wishes to change its boundaries or exercise as a government entity its right to eminent domain, it must come before council first and request a resolution of approval to take such action. So council hears that and can either then approve a resolution that allows the district to take that specific action or not. And I will say the grant of, say, eminent domain is not a general grant, but it's a case-by-case basis. So each time they wish to seek such an action on an inclusion, exclusion, consolidation, or eminent domain, they have to come back to council and ask for a new resolution each time. Council can also request dissolution of the district. We'll get to that later, and we'll go through what that process looks like in a lot more detail. Then oversight and enforcement of the service plan and IGA. So typically when council signs or approves a service plan, we'll also sign an IGA with the district that outlines a little bit better the relationship with the district and the city. So the district is limited to whatever powers are stated in the service plan, and the city has the authority to enforce the terms of all service plans. So even some of the older service plans that leave pretty broad latitude to the district's powers and don't put many restrictions on it, the city still has the ability to enforce that service plan. The district may have broader limits, but it still has to stay within those limits. Currently, there are 10 active service plans under the newer model service plans that we have developed since 2020, which is really when we began revising the service plan and looking at new standards. Yes, ma'am.
I just want this to be clear as crystal. We didn't change it until November 27th. There is no active service plan under what we approved on November 27th. This gives the impression that there is. There are
So-
not. They are all old service plans that we have rejected and have a new service plan.
You do have a new model service plan that was approved in 2023. Beginning in 2020, along with the city attorney's office, we did work to begin updating our model service plan. It doesn't have necessarily everything that's included in the current version of the model service plan, but it steps in that direction that include more regulations and more oversight over district operations and more of the pieces that we saw in the final approved.
So to put a finer edge on that, since 1990, we have had modernization, or we've taken steps to modernize and to include additional practices in our model service plan. That yet you are correct, that there has been no new development under what was approved November of last year. We did have new development or service plans come in between, obviously the original 55 to what was adopted in 2023. That include some facets, not all, but nothing that is meeting each and every single regulation, ordinance requirement, and template that we have since that time period. So
I would agree. And the phrase is under the new model service plan. I just wanted to point out that that is incorrect. It is not under the new model service plan that was not approved until November 27th of 2023. And there have been no new development projects that have come in under the new model service plan.
You're correct.
Thank you.
So the city's involvement. So once the district is created, the city has less involvement in the role. Really, the chance for the city to shape what the district will look like and how it will operate all occurs leading up to that public hearing with council. City cannot unilaterally modify service plans. Once that service plan is signed, it's an agreement between the city and the district, and an amendment to it requires the consent of both parties. If the district does come to council for an amendment to its service plan, that represents the city's best opportunity to try to leverage that situation in order to impose some of these newer regulations. So if a pre-existing district that has an older service plan that might not be as up to date as what we currently have were to come for an amendment, council at that point, or the city at that point, could condition approval of that amendment on modernization of the service plan and bringing it into compliance with what the current service plan looks like. If the district did not agree to that, they would revert to the current service plan that they have. So the city does not have control over district taxes. As a Title 32 district, Metro District collects its own taxes. It spends those taxes as outlined in the service plan. They never touch the city's books. They are not collected by us. They are not overseen by us. That those decisions are made by the board of directors for each district. Finally, the city ensures compliance with service plans. This is what we've been talking about, and the right to file an injunction, or section 14, the new model service plan does outline some of the sanctions that the city may impose on a district for non-compliance with the service plan. So, brief overview of metro districts in Commerce City. There are currently 65 districts in Commerce City. That includes both residential and commercial districts. The service plan landscape is somewhat of a patchwork. Our earliest service plans are approved in the late 1990s, and there's significant variation in powers and regulations from the earliest service plans that were approved back in the late 90s to the latest amendment to a service plan that was approved in early 2023. So it's you know, it's been a long process to get to this point, and we've been trying to modernize and include best practices and service plans going forward. But there are still nearly 30 years worth of pre-existing service plans. Additionally, a large amount of debt has been authorized through these existing service plans. This is just a snapshot of outstanding district debt within the city. As you can see, these districts have issued a lot of debt. This is as laid out in their financial plan that's approved in part of the initial service plan when it comes to council for approval. Yes, sir.
It shows on here, North Range Metro District 1 through 5 is 119 million. And didn't they just pull another loan out, not just now, but I mean, not just now, not too long ago for 600 and something million dollars?
Yes, so this is slightly older data. This is the data that we had on hand. We can certainly refresh this data and pull newer numbers based on some of the changes we have, but this is what we had most readily available for the presentation. Collecting that new information will take some time, but that's something that we will do.
Okay, thank you.
So it's 600 million, Mayor?
614 million.
614 million should be added to the 119 million,
Yes.
which would bring it to about 800 million, which is about $1 billion that the homeowners are responsible for.
Can,
That 614 million, just for staff's purposes to go hunting and looking at it for the right place. What's some of the background and context for that?
I think it's in Metro District 3, North Range, number 3.
Now, they extended their debt level.
So did they increase their debt cap level, or did they increase for bonding purposes, or did they actually take out additional bonds to the 612?
Additional bonds.
you say you think they did, or? Is it possible to get the final data for that, or I would love to know the details behind it?
Yeah, we'll certainly look into that and we'll be able to come back with it.
And while we're at it, I think it would be useful where we have these combined districts, North Range Metro District 1 through 5. They're very dissimilar. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would probably be helpful. Aberdeen, I'm sorry, not Aberdeen, BNC Metro District 1 and 2, divide those down. Frontera Village, divide those down. Buffalo Highlands, I thought Buffalo Highlands was 2 metro districts. Can anyone confirm that? Hello, Buffalo Highlands residents, can you confirm? I know that there is, maybe it's 2 HOAs. I don't know.
And then
Okay.
When I saw this chart, I think the intent was just showing outstanding debt that's currently out, right? And it sounds like this could be updated, but is that the goal for this?
The
Just
goal for this and this data, I'll reference again later when we're talking about district dissolution. The main purpose of this, and we can provide more granular data certainly, the main purpose is to show that these metro districts are active in that they have financed a significant amount of public infrastructure and have issued a significant amount of debt already.
right, because Metro District, like we're doing it 1 through 5, but 4 and 5 really don't have any significant bond. It's
No
really
improvements.
1 and 2, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
So provides kind of a background of a level set, so we're all mostly working from the same basic knowledge here. We'll now move into answering some of council's specific questions that's asked over the past few months. We'll start with meeting requirements, talk about affordable housing as well as dissolution of districts. We'll talk a little bit about the pricing timeline to conduct an audit of Metro District mill levy certifications and service plans for 2024. So meeting requirements. So the standards are set in section 11A of the new model service plan for what meeting requirements are in place. Districts have to meet at least quarterly within city limits and within 20 miles of the district, and include remote access and public comment options. So that's what's in the current new model service plan. Districts are governed by their existing service plans, and we cannot impose those new requirements on existing districts. If there are not enumerated requirements for meeting requirements within the service plan, The default that applies is laid out in CRS 32-1-903, which is that meetings be conducted at a regular time and place. Public notice is posted for all of those meetings. And there is a distance requirement that it take place within the same county as the district and within 20 miles of the district border. However, that may be waived by a resolution from the board of directors. So that's the minimum requirement that applies if the service plan for a district doesn't specifically state what the meeting requirements are, but we cannot impose those requirements on the districts. We also had a question about affordable housing in metro districts, or largely what happens if land is converted from a taxable use to a tax exempt use within a district. How does that affect the ability of a district to discharge its debt? So conversion of property to tax exempt status can have an effect on a district's financial plan. It's really something that we would have to analyze on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the size of the project we're talking about, the previous intended use for that land and what its previously projected assessed value would have been, the district size overall and the district's financial plan. Based on at least just initial analysis, it seems unlikely that these projects would have a substantial effect on the ability of the district to discharge its debt. That's something that we would have to analyze on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, the new model service plan does anticipate this. Section 5F7D outlines a procedure for this. The district, if it plans to convert land from a taxable use to a tax exempt use, must come to council with documentation with evidence that shows that there will be no material impact on its financial plan, on its ability to discharge its debt at its current mill levies in order for that purchase to be approved. If they cannot demonstrate that, if their analysis shows that this will either require the mill levies to go up or that the mill levies will not be able to go down according to the schedule laid out in their financial plan, then whoever is purchasing that land is required to pay to the district a fee equal to the amount of the taxes left on the lifetime of that property. Essentially, they have to pay those taxes upfront so that the district can pay down the debt still on the same schedule. That requirement may be waived by council resolution, but they do have to come to council and either show evidence that the conversion of this land will not affect its financial plan, or that whoever's purchasing this land has to pay up front and there will not be an impact. So for the newer service plans, this is something that is in there. District dissolution process. This is a little bit longer. It's a little bit more involved process. CRS 32-1-7 lays out the full step-by-step process for how to dissolve a district. Very high level, a petition for dissolution is filed at district court. The plan is reviewed and approved by the district court. There's then an election if necessary under certain conditions within the district to dissolve it. And then the order of dissolution is entered. The city may at any time request the board of directors or require the board of directors of any district with 85% of its boundaries within city limits to file a petition of dissolution in district court. The petition, however, must include a map and description of the district, easy to do, current financial statements, again, easy. The third requirement is where it begins to get a little more difficult. They have to provide a certificate that the district has no outstanding financial obligations or debt, or proof that the district has sufficient funds on hand or securities that it could secure its current financial obligations or pay down that debt prior to the district being dissolved. There also has to be a statement that if it provides any services such as landscaping or parks and recreation, that either those services will not be continued and will no longer be provided, or that it has made arrangements with other entities, say a homeowners association or the city or a general improvement district, to continue those services after the district has been dissolved. There's an exception. Any services that are considered to be essential to health, welfare, or safety of residents, those must be continued. But the big takeaway is that any district with outstanding debt cannot be dissolved unless it has sufficient cash on hand or other securities in order to secure that debt prior to dissolution. Assuming that those conditions are met and that the district may actually file its petition for dissolution, the court hears the petition and makes its findings. So it makes sure that the petition has all of those necessary parts And it makes a final determination to approve or to deny the petition. If approved, the district has to then hold an election. All the residents and property owners vote on whether or not the district will be dissolved. That requirement may be waived if both the city and the district's board of directors agree to a dissolution of the district. Then there doesn't need to be an election and the district will just be dissolved. The final step is the court enters the order of dissolution, and that's what effectively executes the plan that's laid out. So if the district does have outstanding debt, but it has securities or cash to pay those down, that's when that occurs. That's when services are transitioned to another entity if they are to be continued. Although there is no obligation to continue those services if they are not essential for health, safety, and welfare. And then finally, the final question that council had asked that we have looked into is to conduct a review of mill levy certifications and service plans to ensure compliance. That was council direction given earlier this month. And staff has engaged outside counsel to begin working on this. Our cost estimate that we've initially received from outside counsel is $45,000 with a 2 to 3 month time frame to actually conduct this review, slated to begin sometime in March. And these findings will inform our next steps for continued oversight. It will depend on what we learn from them, what we learn, if a lot of districts are out of compliance, then that might require more frequent periodic reviews of this to make sure that we're bringing districts into compliance. If districts are largely in compliance with their service plans, then this might be something that we do on an every other year or less frequent basis, depending on what that cost looks like and what the findings are. So that's something that as we conduct this review, we'll bring the findings back to council and we'll determine our next steps based on that. But at least initially, we're looking at $45,000 and we're already starting to roll on conducting this review.
That's what I mean.
Just a question on this. So, so $45,000 for 3 months, right? Yeah, and if they're out of compliance, say they're out of compliance, isn't with Title 32, you have to give them a time to actually get back in compliance? So it doesn't mean
We would have to provide notice to the district that they are not in compliance and would have to give them a chance to remedy that before we could seek an injunction.
and how many remedies do they get? Like, what's the process for that? Like, is it?
So the process, and it's also laid out within the service plan. So for each, they would have one chance to remedy it. They have, I believe, a 30-day window to come back into compliance with the service plan before we could seek the injunction. Or for some of the newer districts where we have sanctions outlined as well that aren't necessarily injunctions, where we could seek those sanctions as well.
And then so $45,000 for 3 months of work in comparison to like a staff member? I mean, that's pretty high, isn't it? Or
When you think about some of our staff members, it's actually more cost efficient than it is because you have to not just take into account salary, you have to take into account salary and benefits for the time and expense of work. So this is actually a more cost effective method for the city, given that we don't know the level of incompliance. If there is any incompliance with our Metro District service plans out there.
so there's no guarantee that there's even Metro that's out of compliance, but we'll still have to spend the $45,000
To determine whether, And it also comes back to staffing resources and with what we have people already identified on various other projects, that this is the most quick, most efficient, and also it allows for a third-party review to ensure that we've not missed anything.
Councilor Padilla?
Do the Metro districts currently submit financials for us?
Yes, sir. The Metro, there's a list of required filings. They do have to submit their budget and financial statements every year. Those are housed at the state website, dola.colorado.gov/LGIS. Because I spend a lot of time on that website. So they do submit their financials every year as well as a report on their service plan.
But to the state, not to the cities.
We receive the same reports and we have access to the same reports.
Is there someone reviewing those? On
Not,
our end?
no.
We're not typically, so we are mostly reactive. We receive those. We're not diving into the financials at great depth to see looking at the services or the debt that they've that they've taken on, whether or not they are actually working that through. And no, we're not also looking at currently, compliance with their service plans on a proactive level. But if we receive a complaint, then we dive into that with the appropriate staff from different departments.
That seems like an area for improvement. Are we notified when they take out additional debt?
Typically, we're not notified when they take out additional debt. Once again, if they're working within their model service plan as to the debt cap that has been approved, there is no requirement for them to make us aware.
I think that's something else that we should change. Right? If they were a public company, they would have to file an 8K and give notice to the public. They have a material contract they've entered into, such as taking out additional debt. And then, if we were a little bit more proactive, reviewing those financial statements, it would help us kind of move quicker rather than being reactive and, who's gonna file a complaint for the Metro District when they don't really know what's going on until they get their tax bill, at the beginning of the year and they see, tax increase.
So I guess my question that I would have, and I mean, obviously we can make changes. I would guess, what is the functional item that we're trying to address, given that with Metro districts in the debt that they received, right? So if they have a debt cap limit of 150 million, and in their first round of debt issuance, it's 50, they take on another 50. By the time that we've adopted that service plan, for existing ones, that is, the city hasn't and doesn't take on a role with the authorization of that debt. So I guess I would see what role would we be stepping into
I
with
think
respect to
simply
that.
the oversight, right? Just having them know that they have a set of eyes that are gonna ask, hey, why'd you take out $614 million in additional debt? What are your plans? What are you gonna build? What's gonna cost you this much? Just, simply the oversight and knowing that people are gonna ask questions is a deterrent in itself.
So we'll summarize that at the end as well. Because obviously, given that we don't have that stipulation within our ordinance or our model service plan, that would require a change to be able to have that be an additional tool from an oversight standpoint.
We'll save us $45,000.
I would say yes and no. I mean, I would say the 45,000 will give us a great sense of whether or not their service plan from a financial standpoint is in compliance or out of compliance, but also at the same time, it'll be a much more defined review of whether or not some of the responsibilities and duties that you may, trash collection, taking care of common areas, that necessarily wouldn't be from a financial review. That may be from an actual just regulatory perspective that even with that, we wouldn't necessarily be aware of unless, like I said, we had a complaint from a resident, which we've had more of most recently. But would it be 45,000? Probably not. There'd still be some cost in there if we weren't looking at both aspects of that equation.
Well, I think we'd be able to answer if they were in compliance with their service plan, right? If we had someone looking at these financials regularly and just doing that check, once a year, whenever the filing comes across.
Yes, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one quick clarification. Whenever a district issues debt, general obligation debt, not revenue debt, it needs to file a form with DOLA and the Division of Securities and the city. And they have to record it with the city's clerk and recorder. So you are notified when debt is issued. And it has to be done within 30 days of the issuance. So that is in state law, that has to be done.
Because Member Kimberly is,
Sorry,
conducted as, if we're looking at it.
Right.
Ms. Crawford, who are you and I'm sorry, who are you with?
I'm sorry, I'm with Butler Snow. We're your bond counsel.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. It's usually Dalton Kelly that's been here, but he's.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dukes. Councilmember But there, I think the conversation from a policy standpoint is how do we create capacity? If that's the direction, I mean, because we can increase the legislation and over legislate, but I think as a city, that's a conversation that we have to have city staff. A robust city staff to pay a lot more attention to that in the near future, if that's the direction the council wants to go, I think.
Just want to add that we haven't had oversight with the interim budget just for the last 24 years. And this is a start. And I would like to see the outcome of how many are out there who are in compliance, because we may have to take that stance to make sure that each time they take out debt, it is being recorded, we're being notified, and that all the residents within those districts are notified as well, because some of them are blindsided. Because, you know, by state law, they could have sent something out, but it may have looked like a postcard or something. People just don't pay attention. So I think this would really help us all out and then guide us as well. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
I support that, Mayor. It also concerns me when we go back to the slide that included the debt. What is required to discharge that debt? How long will it take to discharge that debt? Is that 100 years? Is it 150 years? Is it 60,000 homes? What do they need to reduce the debt for these? Because I would think that we have some authority when it comes to a metro district taking on far too much debt than it could discharge through the actual metro district as it stands. That we have to have some sort of fiduciary responsibility to approving these metro districts. And that would be one of the ways that I could see doing that. I don't see how this is going to be reduced, how these total debts are going to be reduced.
Our model service plans typically do include debt capacity limit, which is capped at the lower of the total cost of public improvements where the district is outlined in Exhibit D of the service plan, or at its bonding capacity. That's figured out through its financial plan, through a projection of the assessed value of the district based on its approvals and based on its plan over the lifespan of the debt. So they are essentially able to figure out within their mill levy cap how much money they bring in each year and use that to figure out their total bonding capacity. And our service plan caps it so that districts cannot issue more debt than they themselves are capable of repaying.
Good. We need that baseline.
So moving on to talk about infrastructure financing in general. So council has taken, just kind of to background, a lot of action recently to regulate metro districts. Passage of ordinance 2549, outlining what those regulations are, as well as resolution 23136, November 27th. And that resolution is what approved that new model service plan. The moratorium council passed at the end of 2022 still remains in effect. And that prohibits the processing of applications for new residential metro districts. It still does allow for new commercial districts and for amendments to commercial or to residential districts. Council has expressed a desire to explore other financing options for public infrastructure. This came up at the October study session of last year. Essentially, we have these regulations in place for metro districts, but our metro districts, the financing mechanism that the city wants to continue to use moving forward. So financing new development is very expensive. The costs for building out infrastructure for development are substantial. Financing districts, whether metro districts or other types of entities, can significantly reduce those financing costs. And special districts are governed under Titles 31 and 32, and those are both included in your packet for reference. Whenever I'm citing part of that statute, you can refer to that. Metro districts are a form of special district under Title 32, but they are not the only mechanism that are available to developers or to the city in order to finance this growth. So special districts have played a key role in helping develop the northern range of Commerce City. We do have the 65 total metro districts, residential and commercial, that have allowed us to localize the cost of growth to the northern range. In addition to metro districts, the city does also have general improvement districts to help fund regional improvements. The NIGID, the ERA and ECA GID have been used to fund more regional improvements, not specific to any one particular development. So an important distinction to make here, and sometimes one that's hard to discern, is that when we're talking about metro districts or special districts, we're only talking about how development is financed, how we pay for this public infrastructure. We're not necessarily talking about whether or not the city should continue to grow, what development should go where, and what those developments should look like. There's a separate process for approval of that and for those discussions. Really, we're just hyper-focused on how do these developments get paid for, who pays for them, and how. So now looking at some of the other financing entities that are available. So we've talked a lot about metro districts. We also have special improvement districts and general improvement districts. Those are both governed under Title 31. Similar to Title 32, Title 31 outlines the baseline minimum for operation of these districts is set by state law. The city does have a right to impose any additional regulations as a homeland municipality on Title 31 districts. Title 31 districts, similar to Title 32 districts, to metro districts, may also be dissolved. There's a similar process to the one I've already outlined for dissolution of metro districts. There's similar process for dissolving special improvement districts and general improvement districts as well. So special improvement districts are created and controlled by a city, by a metro district, or by a general improvement district. They may be formed within the boundaries of one of those entities, and they're a geographic area. They're not a separate entity. So a metro district legally is an entirely separate entity from the city of Commerce City. If the city were to form a special improvement district, it would be part of the city legally. Special improvement districts are used to finance infrastructure and other capital improvements by issuing debt. Issuing debt does require voter approval. And in order to issue debt, they have to first provide a cost estimate for what those public improvements are that they are financing. That has to be prepared by an engineer and then approved by the board of the special improvement district.
Yes, sir.
You said voter approval. Is that voter approval in just the metro district or the whole city?
Just within the special improvement district. So anyone who is a property owner or who lives within borders of the special improvement district votes on the matters pertaining to the special improvement district. So the controlling entity, so if it's a city, if it's a metro district or a GID, the board for that body forms the board for the special improvement district. So if it's a city formed special improvement district, city council forms the board of that special improvement district. If it's formed by a general improvement district, the board of the general improvement district, which also happens to be all of you, is the board for that special improvement district.
But we issue the bond as a city?
The bond is issued by the special improvement district. But because the special improvement district is still part of the city, yes.
Will that impact our bond rating or no?
No, that would not, because it's not the city's issuance of the debt. It's issued by the special improvement district. So as opposed to a metro district, the biggest distinction between a special improvement district and a metro district, the bonds are guaranteed not by property tax, but by a special assessment that repays it. The assessment is based on the benefit to a particular property conferred by the improvements that are being built. There are a lot of different ways to figure out exactly, and some of those are laid out in Title 31, how you calculate what that benefit is. But instead of, with the metro district, just looking at here's the value of your property, here's your mill levy, here's how much money you owe. This looks at what benefit do you get from those roads, from those sewers, from that other infrastructure that's put in. And that's calculated ahead of time. And each property is assigned a dollar amount that they owe over the lifetime of that bond. Now that may be paid upfront as an assessment, or it may be paid over time, over the lifespan of that debt. The ability for it to be paid upfront could theoretically, if enough people are paying upfront, allow that debt to be retired sooner, but not necessarily. Additionally, because it's a special assessment and not a tax, there's voter approval required to issue that debt upfront, but there's not voter approval required for the special assessment. So that's another distinction that exists between the special assessment and the tax. The other entity I will talk about a little bit is the general improvement district. The city does have three of them. They're a separate entity, but as you know, the governing body serves ex officio as the board of directors for the general improvement district. Creation of the general improvement district requires elector approval. So anyone who would be within the boundaries of the general improvement district that would be created has to approve the creation of that district. They can build and operate any improvement a city could build or operate. So again, mainly as a vehicle to fund this public infrastructure and capital improvements. The city would control the development, financing, and timing of the infrastructure construction, because the city is sitting ex officio as the board of directors for this GID. Can also impose property taxes, fees, tolls, and issue general obligation, revenue, and assessment bonds after an election. So because Tabor still does apply, issuing any of these bonds, issuing debt does require voter approval. And that voter approval, again, is all eligible electors for the district, which includes property owners, residents, and also non-natural persons within the district. So any company or corporation that owns property also gets a vote in the election as well. So currently the city does have 3 GIDs. They've largely been used to fund regional improvements on the north. Water and sewer, the infrastructure along 104th, the Third Creek infrastructure, these have all been funded through GIDs. Again, this allows development in the north to be paid by the properties within the district's boundaries, localizing the cost of growth to the areas that most directly benefit from that growth. And these bonds are backed by property tax revenue from within the boundaries of the GIDs. So debt issuance does require elector approval. There's no fixed debt limit for our GIDs. The total amount that can be issued depends on voter approval of that amount. Combined, these GIDs have authorized $94.9 million in bonds, of which 91.4 has been issued to date. Periodic refinancing has lowered the overall debt burden of this. Roughly half has been retired, and we're looking at 2036 for full retirement of these current bonds. And this debt issuance history will give you a little bit better idea of what exactly I'm talking about. So this shows what debt was issued for, what it's paid for, and you can also see periodically there has been refinancing as well to take advantage of lower interest rates and lower that overall debt burden. So now looking at policy. So we've been looking around to steal other people's work because other cities have had really good ideas about metro districts, about special districts, and how growth works. One example we looked at was Littleton. They adopted a metro district policy in 2020. One of the big things that we're looking at incorporating in our land development code updates is requiring districts to have benefits that are aligned with the comprehensive plan. Much better integration of metro district planning with comprehensive planning and zoning requirements as well. Another example is Parker. They also outline additional regulations in their land development code, creates what's called a Title 32 overlay district, which is intended for commercial areas within the city that are within metro districts. And it ensures that these commercial areas stay commercial areas. So it requires approvals for renovations or demolition of buildings that have previously been used for commercial purposes, that they must continue to be used for commercial purposes within that Title 32 overlay district.
And I can give a pretty exact example. There was what was called the Parker Auto Plaza development, which was identified primarily for your new and used vehicle car sales. As you would say, obviously, there's a lot of retail sales, use tax that comes from vehicle auto sales. However, some of those existing facilities, buildings, and or lots were being converted from commercial to institutional use. So your churches and uses of the like. So they were not going to be generating the perceived sales and use tax and or the property assessment to help refund some of the construction of the roadways that were constructed at that time. So hence that additional regulation was put in place as another stopgap measure so that commercial property would remain commercial property, would not be converted to a non or a tax exempt or non-tax bearing.
So to recap, because I've been talking for a while, we believe that this presentation does adequately address the questions council has asked of us over the past few months, and that we have looked into alternative approaches to metro districts for financing public infrastructure and growth. We do at this time recommend that the moratorium be lifted. We believe that because the current regulations as enacted by council on November of 2023 do provide sufficient protections and oversight. I'll say this with the stipulation that while we would begin processing new applications if the moratorium were to be lifted, council still does have broad latitude to deny service plans that come before it. Just because we're processing new applications for service plans doesn't mean that we're just rubber stamping everything that comes in front of us. Staff still conducts a thorough review to make sure that these service plans would comply with all provisions laid out in Ordinance 2549 and Resolution 136 in Title 32. And we present that to council, and council still does have broad latitude to approve or conditions or deny those service plans that come before it at a public hearing. So with that, I will finally stop talking and open it up for discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a few questions. I noticed on the slide that said meeting requirements, the last line reads, may waive distance, that the board may waive the distance. So we may have a requirement in our ordinance, but the board of the Metro District may waive the distance?
That's only for Title 32.
Pardon me?
That's only what Title 32 says. The board can waive that only if we don't have our own regulations.
Okay, great.
Because we do in our service plan, the district can't waive those.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Under affordability, on the affordability slide, affordable housing, sorry. This is not affordable for most people.
Yeah.
How the developer would recoup is at second to the last line. No language directing how the developer could recoup. Now, that's a problem. Can we include language? Because let's say they bring in an affordable housing project into one of these metro districts and it's a nonprofit, and that nonprofit does not participate in discharging the debt, then even if the developer offsets the payment by giving cash or whatever, they may not necessarily offset it in a way that helps the homeowner's debt.
So the requirement laid out is that the fee that's collected must be used to repay the debt. So that money has to go directly from whoever's purchasing the land to the district, and the district has to immediately use that to pay the debt. What that slide is saying is that the end user of that land, if they're making that payment up front, if they then they may try to pass that cost along to, if they're then selling affordable housing units, they may be constrained somewhat in their ability to pass that cost along, but that cost may be still passed on to future residents or future end users of that property. But as far as the district is concerned, they are required to use those funds immediately to pay down the debt.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask a question of our new city attorney. I do want to take a moment to welcome him because I don't think we formally did that. So welcome Lee Zarzeki to.
Certainly ask.
Yeah, we dear,
Deem appropriate.
are you drowning?
No, I'm not drowning.
I know, you're very good at what you do. What is our process in reviewing the service plan or discussing the service plan with the developer when they bring it forward to the city? Is the city attorney's office involved, and is our bond consultant involved to make certain that everything is T's are crossed, I's are dotted, all that stuff? How do we do that? Or is it only community development staff who does it?
Yes, ma'am. We do make sure that's reviewed by an attorney as well, whether it's someone from the city attorney's office or whether it's outside counsel based on capacity whenever that application crosses our desk. But we do work, we have a slew of referrals that this goes out to outside organizations, to community development. But I would say in reviewing it, my main partner in that is the city attorney's office, and making sure that the service plans are airtight, conform to all applicable city law, state law, and making sure that happens, whether that's in-house or contracted out is case by case.
Yeah, I would just add that like any other contract, the city attorney's office would be involved. Certainly service plans that are going before council would be reviewed by someone from my staff well in advance of it going to council agenda.
Great. And do we have a financial person look at these?
But yes, ma'am, finance is one of our referrals.
Pardon me, could you speak up?
Finance is one of the referrals that does look at this. I will also say that the financial plan, when it's submitted to us, but prior to it coming to us in the application, also has to be reviewed by a third-party certified independent financial planner that the district has to pay for and take care of before they can even submit the service plan to us.
Just for the given question, our engineering division also reviews the construction drawings or the cost estimate for the construction drawings for the various improvements to confirm whether or not the price, for instance, is reasonable or inflated or deflated. So we are looking at that at the onset of that service plan.
And what are the pros and cons of doing a government improvement district instead of metro districts?
Certainly. So some of the pros and cons, general improvement districts, it takes longer. It's a longer process and it requires more resources from the city. It certainly requires more time from council. It requires more time from staff because the city's more directly involved. So it's a question of capacity and whether or not city has the resources or the desire to become that involved in the financing of infrastructure. An advantage of metro districts is that's for better or for worse, it's handled by the metro district, a completely separate legal entity from the city.
And I think Kim can correct me if I'm wrong, when we're thinking about a GID, it's open to all electors within the GID. So whereas a metro district may be more specific to a defined geographic area or the electors within that defined geographic area. As far as for GID, it may be a larger area to which you're asking for individuals to vote on, because obviously they will be impacted with those improvements in the debt that's being issued. So that's a con dependent upon what improvements you're trying to get approved that may benefit the city as a whole. We saw that with the NIGID as an example, where we went out to a ballot question for regional improvements that would benefit our residents in the Northern Range for roadway improvements, park improvements, recreational improvements, and that vote in 2021 failed.
Could you put up the map of metro districts in Commerce City, please? That was part of your agenda item.
One moment.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Vice President?
Sure.
So Jason, you mentioned something, City Manager Rogers, you mentioned, so we went for a GID and it failed. And so I'm assuming if it takes longer and there's not a guaranteed possibility of it passing, does that create ease for, like, say, developers to want to create relationships and partnerships with the city? And then does that push us back even more on having amenities like, restaurants and other things that, our community wants?
That's a great question. What we saw with the NIGID, which was an amendment to the existing issuance of debt, because we have additional debt cap, no different than some others maybe have, and it failed, right? To deliver some of these regional programs. When you think about on a more smaller scale with a developer wanting to potentially work together with the city, there's the Chambers Road discussion that comes to my mind, where it was a partnership or to be a partnership with the Reunion Metro District. The city would have provided a certain dollar amount, the Reunion Metro District would have provided a certain dollar amount towards the widening of Chambers. The widening of Chambers, provides a north-south connection within the Northern Range for a significant amount of traffic that then with that would have then had improved access points along that corridor that could have been beneficial, not just to residential, but to commercial. So in a sense, there are always some trickle effects when I'll call it funding arrangements and or participations are not able to be exacted or move forward. It will cause a delay. I can't say it's the primary delay, but it will play a functionary role in that. Same thing comes with thinking about the delivery of those improvements within the development that they may be wanting to capture based on their millage rate. So all of that comes to bear in some form, whether it's a direct delay until getting an end user and how that cost is passed through to recoup it, or the ability to determine whether or not the equation and the ability to get to that dollar amount for that infrastructure is inhibited or not because of how we're applying ourselves.
I mean, you talk about the roads though. When we hear that it's the developers who are doing it, who are making the deals, it always falls as a burden to the homeowners or the commercial owners. And that's the big problem. So especially in one particular metro district that has a joint agreement where all 5 or more of the districts share in debt, that if you expand Chambers on their back, in order for a new project to go in Ward 3, and that project needs to have ingress and egress, it's going to be a Metro District 1 resident who pays for it, who has lived there since 2002. When is their obligation over? Why do they have to keep paying through the nose? I have next door neighbors who have been there since 2002, and it kills me to think about how many times they have paid over and over and over again in these past 22, 23 years, especially when property taxes on a $500,000 house are looking at $7,500 a year or more right now in the Reunion Metro District. I have explained to a developer before that if he could get another developer to show some restraint and self-control and actually have compassion for the residents, then maybe it would be easier for him to develop. That his conversation needs to be with the other developers, not with the city council. This is not what we're doing to them. All we're trying to do is to protect our residents who are being burdened in a way that they should not be burdened. And I cannot begin to tell you how much it upsets me that there are people who have moved into this area thinking that they were moving into affordable housing because that's how Commerce City advertises themselves, only to find out that their mortgage just went up by $800 a month because of property taxes or something. I mean, it's just infuriating. And that's why I want to find another way. I'd rather have them know in advance. You come in thinking you're buying a house for $500,000. Well, guess what? Your house is really going to cost $750,000 because over the course of the 30 years, you're going to pay that much in property taxes. Therefore, you want to buy a house here, best you do it for $750,000 and get a mortgage for $750,000 so that you know what you're paying and you won't have any of these surprises where you're paying far too much because of valuations or because someone has decided to increase the mill levy for whatever reason we don't totally understand and by as much as they have done. Sorry, I'm on my soapbox here, but I am just beyond frustrated.
Yeah, and I hear that. Wasn't it a part of?
Hold on. Do you want to
Yeah,
add to that?
what's the terminology? That was an agreement that was originally created in like 2000 around the equalization.
Equalization.
2016, and can you explain that? Because I think that's important, because that's the through piece where the idea of the equalization agreement was that if you have a new resident, and it's gonna expand and create cohesion, but it's not as clear as that. Can you explain it?
So it's an agreement among certain districts largely within the reunion development that equalizes their middle levies and shares that essentially creates a shared pool for their debt that they then all pay the same mill levy to pay down. So regardless of, so when the debt was initially issued, debt was issued by each district individually. And then, you know, the financial plan outlined how it would be paid down within each district. The mill levy equalization pledge essentially pooled all of that debt across the whole of the development, across the districts that are party to that agreement, and requires them to all pay a uniform mill levy towards that shared debt.
And that's the legal agreement that was created in 2000, you said 16 or?
So that was a two blocks.
That was
State.
the state district.
Okay, sorry, I don't understand.
It was amended in 2016, the original agreement. I would have to check exactly which year it was, but.
And it was the state legislature that made that agreement?
They added toolbox for all metro districts. It has to do with debt.
And state legislator added toolbox for all the,
So if your debt, so basically, if you look at finances, it looks like you're not going to reach financial obligations.
so spread it across.
In biennial for 2 years, you can actually adjust your mills to make sure your debt is covered.
But it's spread across, in this case, most of our reunion metro districts for equalization, right? And that was a part of you saying a state legislature, a state agreement that our current reform doesn't address, right?
Our current reform somewhat, it tries to address the conditions that allow something like that to happen. So the way that I believe it works is it's an agreement among these districts. One of the things that we include within our current service plan is that we require any agreements entered into by these districts that we've approved to also come to council for approval. So the city,
Moving forward,
moving forward, yes.
But-
So,
can we change the 2006?
no, sir, and it's not something the city's a party to either. It's an agreement entered into separately by the districts, among the districts, outside of their relationship to the city.
Councilmember Kemp.
Mayor Pro Tem just pretty much hit the nail on the head, and luckily there's a child here, but I understand that child as well and her parent, so I will just keep it short. The mill levy equalization plan agreement was amended in 2016, but who the F signed off on it? It was everybody within the Reunion Metro District who signed off on it. That same person signed off on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and everything else in between. So it's nothing that the city could control, nothing that the residents could control, nobody. The idea of affordable housing is a joke. To say it's affordable housing within the Metro District is a complete and utter joke. Especially when, like, for example, I pay about $10,000 a year in property taxes, but about $7,500 of that goes to the flippin' Metro District. Okay, the other part of this too is the prior to my resignation on the North Range Metro District 1 board, the court had ordered District 1 to approve the budget already, the mill levy budget. And what was that set to? 98 mills. 98 mills. They were at 88 back in 2020. And then the District 1 board took it over because regarding the finances and all, while they're still going through adjudication processes right now with the district court, against the Reunion Metro District, because it is totally absurd. This entire, if it was up to me, I would love to disband all metro districts and just kill it all together. And all you would have to do is add that infrastructure cost to the home, where you know the homeowner is only gonna have 30 years to pay off on that debt versus you pay 30 to 40 years at a higher interest rate. And by the way, let me go ahead and refinance that debt again, so where I can garner another $600 million. For what? for these people to line their flipping pockets because they're trying to meet their flipping bottom line, because that's all they care about is the revenue. While we have homeowners here that are being screwed day in, day out. I have senior citizens that are living on Social Security and their retirement, and they can't even afford to flip and live here in the Reunion Metro District area. It is absurd that all they're caring about is that bottom dollar, that revenue input that's occurring. I'm not saying all metro districts are bad. By no means am I saying that, because I know there are people out there who wanted the right thing. But there are some entities that are bad actors within this community that have totally screwed our residents since the creation of the metro district. We've had people that I've went back to 2006, I think, or 2004, that brought out all these beautiful ideas, all these things that they were gonna do. Flippin' pipe dream. I wanna say the other F word, but I won't, because we are on the record, so I will just keep my mouth shut in that department. But I'm just saying, I mean, I think the fact that we need to make sure, number one, I appreciate that the city is now going to go through a third party to actually go in and audit the hell out of everything that's occurred last year. I appreciate it altogether. But man, I appreciate the service, the new service plan that was created as well. I would love to lift that moratorium at this point, in my opinion, because we have that in place. If we have all of our ducks in a row in our city to help protect residents, then I am all for lifting that moratorium. That's all I've got. That's my soapbox.
Manager Rogers?
I saw Councilmember Duke, so I'm gonna yield the floor and then take my time.
Well, Councilmember Doug, you go, because Councilmember Duke's. Go ahead,
Okay.
first time.
Well, I
speaking.
concur with Councilmember Kim's sentiments. You talked about the pros and cons of a metro district, and, well, the one thing I don't agree with right now is to lift the moratorium at this point. I think there are other loopholes that we haven't come across that we really need to examine. We need to close those loopholes before this moratorium is lifted. And I know that there are people in this room who think that we've spent plenty of time on this. But by God, this time we better get it right. So to me, this is not the time to be lifting the moratorium. I think that we need to take a deeper dive into it. We talked about the pros and cons between the metro district and the general improvement district. I mean, there's a lot to go over here. And the other night, I attended the meeting, well, a listening session where citizens were supposedly able to weigh in on this. I walked into the meeting. I was asked if I wanted to conduct the meeting. I had no idea what the meeting was about. And then I found out later, it was to find out from the citizens what their thoughts were about different options as far as financing is concerned. The people who weighed in were only there to say, most of them, that they hated to be under the metro districts. They didn't really know what they were talking about. So the entire night to me was a waste of time. Had I known that this is what we were going to be discussing, I probably would have gotten this information out to the people who were interested so that they could weigh in. But they weren't able to weigh in that night because nobody knew what was supposed to be happening. So one of the things I see is the pros and cons. Yeah, it might take longer for a general improvement district, but at least we would have the oversight necessary to make sure that we aren't getting taken advantage of. I see the same thing. I see senior citizens who not only have their taxes gone up because the market has been artificially inflated, I will say it again, because all of these very wealthy cash buyers have come in and bought up all kinds of residential properties, mostly to make them into rentals for themselves. So their taxes are therefore higher that they have to pay just because their property values have been artificially increased. But then somehow they have to pay more in mill levy taxes to the metro districts. And if we're going to do an audit, will we know exactly where the money is going or has gone when those taxes have been collected by the metro district, which we have no jurisdiction over? I would really like to see that because I want to know where's the money going? What's it going to and what's being spent on? So I'll get off my soapbox now. But this to me is something that takes a lot more work than what we have done so far.
Councilmember Brooks.
Yeah, just added to the discussion. I mean, with Councilmember Kim, I appreciate his comments. There's real hurt and challenges within the city, the inflation side. There's a lot of people worried about just making ends meet. And so I love this discussion because I want to figure out an attainable solution that is realistic, timely, and we also have a goal for it. So going back to the mill levy equalization agreement, if we can't change that, which I'm hearing we can't, and then we look at the GID, everything is going to have a cost, right? If we have a GID and we have oversight, that's a cost to our city budget because we have to increase staff, probably increase some more oversight. So legislation, so that's something we have to think about. The other piece is that I trust staff's recommendation on the lift of the moratorium. The reason I trust it because this process has been 4 years, and I do worry that if we don't make a decision on how to move forward as a city, as leaders in the city, we're going to keep getting looked over by other cities. If we can't support growth in a balanced way, we're going to get looked over and continue to get looked over for other cities. And so, if staff is saying this is if they recommend, I would love to support that. But I do worry about the lack of amenities and retail and opportunities. And I think that's where we have to really be thoughtful. Like, how do we invest in some time and really making that work for the residents across the whole city and specifically in the northern part?
Did you have something to add on to that, Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, because right now the moratorium is on residential. So
Yeah. And I agree. I mean, residential and the commercial can grow, but as we know, rooftops are needed. We need more residents, primary and secondary residents, the income to actually be able to support balanced growth. I mean, that's
we have
just,
more rooftops in the north than all of Brighton.
Yeah,
does,
I
and look
mean,
what they're getting.
and they have density, they have apartments, they have highways that are going through. I mean, and they have a economic friendly culture up there. And so that's something we, as a leadership, we have to think about it. We have to think about how do we go about that so that we can, again, have restaurants, amenities, a possible another grocery store. But I appreciate this discussion, as I said before, because this is an opportunity for us to kind of figure out how do we move forward with what's needed in our area.
Councilmember Coach.
I agree with that, but we can't have amenities at the displacement of residents. And I'm curious, how do other cities deal with predatory mill levies, honestly? Because I don't see a form of an equity analysis to where there has been enough residents, especially with my ward as well, because of taxes, and specifically because of taxes for mill levies. So how can we also, whether it's a sanction or something else as a city, do something a little bit more enforceable?
I can't speak to a sanction about existing mill levies and what was already adopted in service plans. Once again, you have an adopted service plan that has a mill levy cap, so there's not a runaway. So, right, you are creating some rails for future residents based on the model service plan and the regulations that you have in place. To answer your question.
I'm curious about the audit too. I'm really curious about how we can both meet residents at where they're at so they don't feel that they're gonna be displaced already being pushed to their limit financially. And mill levies not preying on that. There has to be some form of us being a barrier as a council.
And I appreciate that, and I guess here's where I professionally struggle. I appreciate and I really sympathize and I empathize for what I'm hearing around the table. I am a resident myself within a metro district, so I have a different level of appreciation around this table for you all tonight. And I think what I am hearing loudly is something that our staff will go back and take a look at and believe that there is additional information we can provide to help those that are already living in a situation or identify pathways to help those living in a situation. But really the question that's on the table is, what does the future hold for us as a city? Because to some extent, right or wrong, we have to make certain business decisions, whether that business decision is continuing to work through metro districts, GIDs, or SIDs for the continued growth of this city, whether it's for employment, whether it is for residential, whether it's for commercial. But we are coming to a stage where our inability to take some credible step forward in either one of those three capacities is inhibiting our ability for being able to have that balanced cost for housing, to having that balanced approach for commercial and or primary employment, because they need to understand what we are going to want to operationalize at my level. When we think about what provides the most assurity, the most timeliness, and also protections, what we've already been able to build in, is the metro district regulations that we have at hand. Possibly modifying that based on being more proactive with respect to the review on an annual basis of, once again, the notifications that we receive at DOLA and or if they're taking on additional debt. Conversation we were having earlier with Councilmember Madera. Because at the end of the day, a resident is going to pay. One way or the other.
Just to follow up real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
My concern, and I want to stress it, is that we don't have residents that have been asking for those amenities or that commercial opportunities or resources to not even be able to be a part of it because they can't afford to just live here anymore.
Mhm.
That type of displacement we don't want to repeat, because to some degree, that's the redlining from the south.
Yeah. And I think you all have, once again, my professional opinion, I think you all have actually done a very good job of how to capture that in your existing adopted model service plan, with the mill levies not allowing to exceed 50 mills, and being able to look at how to retire debt over the course of that service plan by some of those strictures that are in place. So, like I said, hindsight being what it is, would have loved to have had these regulations and requirements in the mid-90s, early 2000s, so that it could be more applicable to the majority of our development in the Northern Range. You look at that map, there's really only two imminent developments that would be a party to any future metro district regulations. One's actually going through our process from a development perspective. The other one pulled it because of the moratorium, which would have had significant commercial on a major intersection along 96 and Tower.
One last question, I'm sorry. How long, is it okay to stay, or do you recommend holding a moratorium until we have the audit to know?
The audit's going to inform you on what has happened. It will not inform you on what can or occur, because you won't know that until you actually apply a process. So you're working from some level of bounded rationality, what you have in place, that you have covered those various gaps. And that as things come up, and that's why I always recommend you do a 6-month review. You get in it for 6 months, you see what comes out, you see what you're seeing. And then if you need to make changes, you can make changes that gives you the ability to still course correct for those who will be impacted. What we're talking about here, and a lot of the history that you receive, is giving you the things that we could possibly look at, but that is going to be a long road. It's going to be a complex road. And we heard about if we are running into out of compliance issues with districts, they have an ability to self-correct, have to go to court for injunctions, and that's Lee's world, and I'm not gonna step into that. But then we also have sanctions based on those service plans that we can also take. But once again, it's helping those that are in the situation, not those who are trying to identify coming into this. And those are very much apples and oranges in my professional perspective.
Councilmember Dukes.
I'll let, I'll come back.
To address what he had said.
Oh.
I had my hand.
I'll go.
I wanted to address some things from Councilmember Dukes. First of all, if any developer is concerned that we aren't allowing development, that would not be true. We have approved metro districts since I came on the city council within the last 4 years. There are 65 metro districts in Commerce City. 64 of them are in wards. At least 60 are in wards 3 and wards 4. Also regarding the economic situation, and as Councilmember Douglas noted, we do have the rooftops, and that was also the conclusion drawn by the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee that met in 2022. So that has not been a particular issue. I think you can just look at that map and see how much of the area is covered by metro districts. Residents also want to see amenities. The important thing, there were 2 slides that were very important on what need to be included that are not part of ours. Littleton requires districts to have benefits aligned with comprehensive plan. We don't require that. Provide examples of public benefits. We don't require that. Complies with zoning requirements. We don't require that. In Parker, they created an overlay district so that there are commercial areas, designated commercial areas. You can't then turn around and say, oops, I'm not going to do that, those ball fields anymore. They are what they are. And that their renovations to buildings with previous commercial use can only be approved for commercial use. I mean, there's a lot of things that are in Parker and Littleton. There's also Fort Collins, which isn't on this list. Fort Collins has a checklist, and they want to make sure you're doing public benefits for Fort Collins. And you have to do a certain number of public benefits before you can even be considered for benefits. So while you might think that we've been working on this for 4 years, that is a bit of an exaggeration. That is really truly not the case. It has bounced around quite a bit. We also got some not great legal advice as to what's allowed under Title 32. And it wasn't by pressing the issue that we discovered that we can actually include criteria in service plans when we had been dissuaded, when previous city councils, there are people sitting at this table who were on previous city councils who were told that they cannot do that, when in fact that was false information. Either they were not informed, or they were ignorant, or whatever the case might be. I don't know why they were getting bad information, but they were. We have good information now, and that's why we're trying to do right by the residents and right by the commercial property owners, right by everybody. That's really the aim here.
Well, and Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, I agree. I agree with doing right by everyone. And I guess I'm coming back to the problem statement we're trying to solve. Like if we're trying to retroactively address the metro districts that have been in place the last 20 years, I'm hearing that's not legally possible without dissolution of the process, right, of a metro district. Even with the dissolution, we're going to have to absorb that $213 million somehow, whether it's the HOA, whether it's the city budget, with someone that's going to have to be paid at some level. So that's why I bring that up. Moving forward, I think that the regulations and the guidance and things moving forward, that is, as far as the guidelines put together last and before I came on council, I think that's the direction. My challenge is no action can't be an option. Like either we choose a GID or we talk about it, or we choose a different type of revenue. We're gonna be bypassed by our neighboring communities. And then the last is, I know in economic development, the Blue Ribbon Development Council, and the way I saw that, it said it was opportunities, right, in terms of growth, right? It didn't say necessarily have all the rooftops. And we all know, like, when folks look at our area, they look at 10 years prior and 10 years in the future. And so if we're not projecting 10 years at a certain level, or there's a dip in our permits, and then we're not gonna receive the amenities, because no one wants to build a standalone amenity without a guaranteed growth trajectory. And then if we were to do a Google screenshot, a Google aerial visit, and look at our area versus a North Glen or versus a GVR, it shows we don't have that density yet. And I'm not saying we have to have all that density right away, but I do say we have to make a decision on how we move forward, because our residents don't have 5 more years to have quality gathering spaces. That's my soapbox, because no action isn't action. We have to have amenities. People are missing out on opportunities to spend quality time with their families in an area that they love. And that's my soapbox.
Mayor Pro, Senator Deere.
Yeah, so, I agree with Councilmember Dukes, and I look at this from a different perspective, right? As a lifelong resident who is disproportionately impacted by the industry that provides the tax base for the city largely. Still waiting for those numbers, but I think last I heard it was like 85% of revenue comes from down south. And without these funding sources, you're just shifting the cost to be on our backs even more, bearing that burden, because it has to be paid for somehow. And either that means less services for everyone to provide these, when most people in my community aren't gonna drive those roads. They're gonna go to Reunion Park, and they're not gonna use the Reunion Rec Center and all these amenities that the Metro District's paying for, that we do have to have funding source. But if you look at all the sources, it's basically the same thing, just, slightly different organization. A GID is a Metro District, but it's run by the city. So we would have to come up with the design plans, with construction, with all the costs involved and the people involved in providing that service, that you're still gonna have to pay for it. It's still gonna be a mill levy. And, I think what we get caught up on is we're looking at the past. We're looking at all the mill levies, or all the Metro Districts that are already in existence. And I hate to think this, but I honestly think that after they come back to us, after doing that review, most of these Metro Districts are gonna be in compliance, because their authorized amounts are ridiculous in some cases. Like, they're able to take out so much debt and saddle the residents with it that, yeah, those are fundamentally flawed. And I think we gotta look forward to, do we believe the regulations that pass unanimously in this council are gonna solve some of those problems? And if so, then we have to, lift moratorium and get things moving again, because we really killed development. And it hasn't been just this council, it's been the environment, high inflation, high interest environment. So there's a lot of things that are working against us, but we can't be the ones to, completely kill the development, because, most of the people that are watching this meeting are either developers or someone who has an interest in coming into the city. And a lot of times we say that we want commercial development, we want amenities, but then our actions don't support what we want. So we have to, kind of draw a line and say, are we gonna go forward? And is this the way that we want to go forward? Or are we gonna go forward with GIDs? But we have to do something to keep moving forward. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep falling back and falling further behind.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Milton?
Yeah. One final thought for me on the audits and why the audits could be extremely important is that when the service plan is reviewed, when the limits are reviewed, when all of that material is reviewed, it is possible that some of these metro districts have made material modifications. And those are actually not legal. And that is the basis for takeover or dissolution. And it could be even something such as equalizing debts, for example. That's a pretty major step to take. Was that in the service plan? Was that allowed? Who knows? But maybe not. But I do think that will play a very major role. We're looking at, this isn't retroactive, except for the fact that the audit may show that there have been violations and that there can be changes made. So yes, it is important to take a look at that.
Okay, we had a lot of discussion here. And I just want to close this out, okay? Because for one thing, there's been some misinformation. We're talking about $263 billion in debt. Those are our individual districts are going to be paying for their own debt. You're not gonna be paying for that debt. I'm gonna pay for my debt where I live, okay? So we have to get that straight. The Northern Range has over 50,000 people living there. And so unfortunately, because of our demographics, just looking at it, Brighton uses that whole area all the way down to 96 or whatever as their growth area too. I mean, not growth area, but as far as income. 78% of those license plate up in those restaurants in the Prairie Center are Carmen City residents. We are patronizing those restaurants. The reason why we have so short-sighted on commercial here is because most of it's in metro districts. It's cost a lot of money. So no matter what we do now, it's not gonna actually increase or have commercial be built here. We have to make sure the commercial that does come in is not impacted as we have right now. And those developers have an opportunity also to modify the storage plans so they're in compliance with what we have right now to help them develop, right? So I just want to make sure that we are taking our time, because one thing that I've seen is we rush into something and then we have to go back. So what's wrong with waiting 2 months for the study to come back just to see, because not only the developers watching, a lot of citizens are watching to say, hey, let's just get it right this time, okay? And let's be fair about this. And that way, when we do go forward with this metro district, we didn't even talk about business improvement districts, which was part of this as well, which would be great for 96 and Tower. And we talk about what we have to give up at metro districts. We give up a lot when we do URAs. 25 years, taxes are given to a developer to pay them back. And so schools lose, fire districts lose, the city loses out. We all had to sacrifice the benefit to move forward with development, and that's what we do. But we have those tools in the toolbox. And when we do that, we have to make sure we do them right, whether it's a URA, metro district, a business improvement district, special improvement district, general improvement district, that we're making sure people who are impacted are taken care of in the future. Because right now, we didn't do it, 24 years.
Can I ask a clarifying one?
So that's what's going on. If you want to follow up what I said, that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
Please.
I appreciate you looking at like taking time and the comment around that. And doing it right. I think we all agree. How do we do this right for current residents and future residents? And you mentioned, you know, like, let's say if you go up to the debt slide, 1.9 million combined, you said the Metro District will pay that, right? It'll be, how will they pay that? Will it be part of the,
Because where you live, if you're in one of these communities, that is your debt.
yeah, so I
Okay.
guess
So the
how?
city doesn't pay for that.
So we'll go back to, I guess there'll be also a question for the staff, like, is that, so if it's $4 million in one of the metro areas, and
Aberdeen, $4 million.
it comes back to that, it wouldn't be a metro district anymore, it would be like HOA, right?
Yeah. they can
Wouldn't that be a part, wouldn't that increase your dues as a HOA resident?
But that's up to that community. That's the whole thing. That community will decide when this bond paid off to continue, or maybe add, if they want to add other amenities, take another bond out. That's how that works. So once that's paid off,
But the community would have to vote as a whole to decide to take on that.
yes.
And we struggled voting on as a whole to approve the library. I mean, there was a library that went up for a bond a couple of years ago. We've put that down as a community.
It did because it went in reunion and people were. That's another story. We'll talk about that.
But I guess my question would be like, if we have to absorb the debt, knowing that our taxes already are 9.7 for sales tax alone and amenities are, that would have to be a vote for everyone within our subdivision or whatever we're gonna call it in the past. And what I'm understanding, they'll have to vote and make is it 2/3 or how, what's the threshold? 50% of all the folks in,
For dissolution of a district, the requirement for election, it can be waived if both the board of a metro district that's being dissolved and board of the city council consent to the dissolution of the district. If it does go to a vote, it's a simple majority of electors within the district have to vote to approve the dissolution of the district.
and won't there be legal fees and court fees associated with all that too? So I guess my whole point, something to think about as a council. If we were to have 64 metro districts make individual decisions on how to handle their debt, knowing that there's gonna be legal costs, litigation, whatever, through the process, because that's gonna go to the court. There has to be paperwork and everything, so something we have to think about. That's the thought. I just want to put it out. That's something we have to.
So you're saying this district just,
So
resolving of the process?
to clarify that, if there's any outstanding financial obligation, if it's 4 million, either there has to be cash on hand or financial mechanisms in place to cover that 4 million. Either,
So the residents would have to take out a bond or
or the HOA would have to demonstrate that it has the capability within its capital funds to take on that 4 million. A GID or the city.
essentially you'd have to pay it right then and there.
And it would have to be secured either in escrow or by other securities. It wouldn't necessarily all need to be paid at that time, but the funds would have to be set
You
aside.
have to prove that you have the funds on hand.
Right. And then obviously, whatever amenities or I think it's on the slide before that, certain services will not be continued or plan to have those services provided by another entity.
Yeah, because that's just the debt. That's before you start talking about the, say, Reunion Lake, right? The water it costs to fill the lake, the maintenance on the pool, the maintenance, like that's not included in that debt. There's other operational fees. Which something we'll have to think about as a council.
No, hold on. When Reunion is, just take for instance, a small neighborhood, just has an HOA and they want to not be an HOA, not be a metro district, they could do that as that community. It's up to the people to do that, okay? And it comes to,
That's what we just talked about.
it comes to the city council to get approval for that. We've had it where the opposite, where HOA wanted to form a metro district, and they came before city council to do that. Okay, so the whole goal in this is to pay off your bonds, so you don't have that debt. I would be happy, I'm sure everybody who lives in the metro district, if their bonds were gonna be paid off and had opportunity to dissolve the metro district, they would do that.
And I don't doubt that. I don't doubt.
So I don't
any-
understand, I'm just trying to understand.
No,
what you-
my,
what
so
you're saying.
my question is, I have no doubt everyone would love to be able to have their bond or debt paid off. No doubt about that. The process in which they pay off the debt. So if you were to move the debt solution to one metro district, they still have to have secured bond verification for that $4 million somewhere, right? They'll have to show up in that HOA, to show that they have the cash on hand, or it's in the city. And so if a city takes on that, my understanding, that'll be part of the city debt, which could impact their bond rating.
Bond
Which-
rating, credit rating.
Credit rate, which would impact our core city, right? And so if we have a pipe burst and we need finances we don't want to tap into our reserve, but we may have to tap into our reserve, or we
No.
need to build a new
But if
building
the-
like a
If the
substation.
Metro District has certain services that they have to pay for. Okay, there's a bond and there's a mill. That's the mill operation and maintenance, okay? So that portion will never go away. The
But-
bond portion would, but if they want to dissolve the Metro District, they would have to come up with the necessary funds in order to keep their Metro District running operation and maintenance wise, okay? That's what we're talking about. So we're talking maybe 10, 15 mils for whole community.
No, I think they'll have to, and I would love to get an opinion about the bonds and the operation. I think that's the conversation. If you dissolve, it's both. You can't
No,
do one
that's
without
not
the other.
true. They're
I think
totally
it's
separate.
getting argumentative
Okay.
and that isn't typical.
No, I'm not,
I'm just saying,
yeah,
okay,
we're
it's
having
just,
a
I just want,
conversation.
just
Yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
example.
Raise a hand.
Just one example, as 27J has a bond in the mill, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Once that bond is paid off, that mill goes away. You still have them, you still have the mill for the operation and maintenance, but you don't have the bond payments. That's the whole thing. When the Metro District pays off their bond, they still have a mill in operation, and that will stay. But if a HOA wants to dissolve that, that's a different story, okay? And
And yeah, I appreciate this. I hope it's not argumentative. It's just
No,
more
I
of
just
a
wanted to see
discussion
where
we'll
you're
have to have, right? Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna clarify, we have bond counsel here. If you have questions for her, she can provide.
If I may, we were just talking about your very comment, and Kim, if you don't mind expounding.
So I think there's some confusion about what happens to the bonds. They have to get paid.
Yeah.
So the property owners are always gonna be imposed a mill levy to pay that debt.
Right.
The city won't take over that debt. That's not a city obligation. So the city's not ever responsible for the Metro District debt. Unless the city wants to have an election and all your voters want to approve the assumption of that debt, which I can't imagine anybody would ever,
Right.
but maybe. So that debt, if they dissolve, you have to make, as you're saying, you have to make a provision that debt gets paid because there are bondholders who,
yes,
they make covenants to. So
right,
so the debt has to get paid.
exactly.
And the mill levies, you're right, they can continue on in perpetuity, depending on what the ballot questions.
But with the debt though, would it be paid? The debt has to get paid. So say the city doesn't take on, and from what I read here, the HOA would have to take on
They don't do it either, because,
who takes on the bond debt?
well, whoever there's a plan of dissolution. And so the court needs to, they have to decide what's gonna happen with that debt. What typically happens is, what I've seen, there's been like maybe one or two metro districts in Commerce City that have actually dissolved, except for staying in existence to pay debt. So they meet once a year, they certify a mill levy, and that mill levy pays the debt. So you're not, the people in the district are not gonna be able to escape that payment of that debt. So however much has already been issued, it's what's gonna have to be paid. So the HOA doesn't take it over unless the HOA wants to take a loan and pay it off. And
So the debt would have to be paid some, so it'll be shifting from the Metro District format to being paid another one. Is that what I'm hearing?
probably gonna be the Metro District format until the bonds are paid. Unless it, like, an HOA probably could pay it off if they wanted to get their own private loan. They're not a government, so they'd have to borrow more money to pay that off, and then you'd have whatever fees. Because they're not gonna pay it, again, out of the goodness of their own hearts, they're just gonna pay it. And then they're gonna get it back somehow with homeowners fees, or, however they get it paid back, but that debt's already issued, it's already been approved, and it needs to get, a mill levy needs to be imposed to pay that debt until the debt's gone.
So it wouldn't provide relief, it would just still,
It doesn't provide any relief, it's already out there.
but we shift to the homeowner's fees.
Possibly.
if that's how it's decided it can be done.
Okay, but thanks for clarification.
Councilmember.
Yeah, just to follow up question, because now with all of this, it's starting to get a little more confusing. On, that last 10 minutes has been rough. What I'm hearing is it still stays the Metro District, even if it gets dissolved, so that it has a way to pay down the debt. But it wouldn't be allowed to issue any more debt. It wouldn't be allowed to spend any more money. It would just be the debt that's at hand would be able to be paid off over time with a set mill rate, and the courts would decide that. The debt would not go on to anyone else or any other entity. Would stay with the people within the district. But that even though there's a metro district, it's only in place to pay the debt down, but could never issue any more debt. Am I understanding it right is what I'm trying to get at?
Exactly, because there's a mill, within this whole structure, there's a bond in the mill. So when the developer goes out, they ask for a certain amount of money for a bond. There's operation and maintenance within the district they have to take care of. So when the bond's paid off, there's actually services that still need to actually be performed, which is under the operation and maintenance mills. So that's why with this right here, there's certain percentages. The council was saying, okay, you can only adjust it this high in a combination of 50 or 55. That includes the bond portion of mills and operation maintenance. All right, so all that said, thank you. I'm asking if we can wait 2 months to come back and then move this forward of where we want to go. Because that way, everything gets explained. Our citizens will be satisfied to know where we're going forward as a body. Because we just can't push something forward without a clear vision. And so my ask is that we wait 2 months till this comes out and then move forward with repeal.
Sounds reasonable.
So what are we doing over those 2 months?
The audit.
We're gonna wait for the audit to come back. I mean, just think about it. It's been 2 months already. And
It's been years.
well, it's been a year for the moratorium, but since I got elected and have an opportunity to have a discussion about this, so I understand what's going on and the citizens have been asking. And then it wasn't unanimous, but we passed to actually see where all these 64 metro districts are at, make sure they're operating in the right way. I think it would behoove us to move forward now, repeal it, without coming back and say, okay, here's some better guidelines. And the fact that we have some new information that has not been put into our service plan from Lieutenant Parker, it would be nice to incorporate that as well. I don't think that could be done tonight.
That can't be done tonight, but if there's guidance as a consensus of the body that you would want to undertake changes again to the model service plan and regulations, that is something that we can begin working on over the course of the period of time to see what that would look like. Once again, my professional opinion, I don't know if you necessarily need to go that course because you haven't actually implemented the regulations that you have to determine where you are falling short on.
Right. So I think that being said, I think the oversight right now, where we're going after would help determine that. That's my ask.
I think everybody's spoken so far except for me. And I would like to take the staff's recommendations and move forward with this. And it's costing our partners, the developers, millions of dollars while they're sitting there waiting for Commerce City to come up with a plan, and different developers or the cities around us, Brighton, Thornton, Aurora, they love this. I mean, It's Commerce City just going down the tubes while they're taking all of our,
Resident.
well, not our residents, well, yeah. There's a lot of them
Our
that can't,
business.
our businesses that should be coming here. So that's my take on it. I'd like to move forward with it.
All right. So right now, we're gonna go around and give direction to our staff who would like to wait 2 months for the audit, move forward. Councilmember Douglas?
I think we owe it to our residents, first and foremost, to wait another 2 months to see what the audit reveals and to also address some possible loopholes that we haven't identified. So that's me.
Councilmember Ford?
I think we, in my opinion, to move forward with staff recommendation and, with the city manager's recommendation, we can't, fix the problems if we don't know what's in there. I mean, we've done a great job of setting a new standard and I'm for going ahead and lifting the moratorium and back to business.
Councilmember Dukes?
You know, I would recommend moving forward with the staff recommendation. While understanding the audit is going to continue to help improve our practices. So it's the end of process improvement, which is something we probably need in general. Like this is how it's going to continue to improve what we do. So that's a recommendation.
Councilmember Kim?
I'm trying to understand how waiting for audit results compared to relifting the moratorium, how those two are hand in hand with each other. And I don't see that. I think the fact that there is a service plan out there that has been created over the course, that maybe I'll say 96.99% accurate. Because if it's not, I'm coming after you, John. That alone with that service plan to allow for new developers to come in to do their business that they need, that they would love to do, that want to remain transparent, that want to be able to help move forward, help Commerce City move forward. And then on top of that, what Councilmember Duke said, you implement that service plan, we may find those loopholes as Councilmember Douglas has said, that we can incorporate, make changes as necessary moving forward. But to say that I would want to wait another 2 or 3 months for the audit to occur for stuff that's happened in the past in comparison to the service plan moving forward doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So with that, I think I would like to I would recommend taking staff's recommendation moving forward with the new service plans as is and lifting that moratorium.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
The staff gave us 2 great examples tonight of new additions to our criteria for metro districts. It would be good to see those incorporated. If we don't want to make any mistakes, there's nothing better than the audit to tell us where those mistakes have occurred that we might have overlooked. So I will stay with the moratorium.
Councilmember Schoen?
Sometimes the enemy of equity is going to the system of urgency is always running to be urgent. I'm really concerned that we can't be transparent with an audit with communities already having been harmed in a way that they should be able to be involved. And there are so many other cities that have that protection of public benefits that we need to compare and contrast with the past. That's why I honestly think we need to stay. What is 2 more months when it's already been years? And kind of being mindful about if we're always rushing to the urgency, we are going to make the same mistake again. that I think we need to kind of step back enough to be able to really have a full context, especially with the audit, so that we can learn from those mistakes and where public benefits and equity gaps truly are to go forward, whether it's the solution or not. But of course, I want there to be more amenities and commercialization in certain areas so that we can have more of a thriving economy that can be competitive with other cities. That's our goal. So I don't want to be an enemy of that. But I need our communities to also have the same equitable voice, and they haven't in this space. And that's kind of why that transparency is key and crucial, because it's those community members that aren't here to be able to speak for themselves or to be involved in that space that I'm concerned we're leaving behind, still going for another economy. And that's not going to change anything. So I think we need to stay the moratorium for those 2 months until we have more of a clear picture.
Councilmember Teeter?
I'm gonna go with the staff recommendations, and I feel bad about the residents that bought homes with when they went out to the realtors and said, I qualify for this much money for a loan to get a house, and I want to get the biggest house I can get with this much money, and they didn't take into account the taxes going sky high. And I just, I feel bad for them. I'm not willing to hold up the city and future development because of that. When we get moving.
Councilmember Garrett?
Yeah, the moratorium doesn't affect any of our current residents. You know, as we discussed, the metro districts that are in place, we are held to those service plans, and those things have been approved before most of our times. And so I think the audit is gonna help look back and hopefully bring some relief to current residents that are in those metro districts. The moratoriums, they're two separate things, because the plan going forward is learning from those mistakes that we've made. And that's what we did with the service plan and these regulations, is we looked at communities around us to see what they're doing right, what we hadn't been doing right. And we built those into our code so it doesn't happen again. So I looked at the moratorium, we're in fact saying, yeah, we did right to fix metro districts for our future residents that are gonna be coming in. So they don't have to have the same burden that the current residents have. And so I'm with staff's recommendation of going forward with looking at the moratorium and at the same time doing the audit. I feel like we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Thank you. All right, so what I also, would like to see in this, which it's not in the metro district, would be developer coming in, set development, and then pricing it at, just say, $40,000 million for the project. Turning around and selling their project to a new developer, right? They already established it. But they're selling it for $60 million. So they're walking away with $20 million in equity. To me, if that happens, half those proceeds should go towards the bond to be paid off. That way they can leave, but they're not leaving people high and dry, and they're taking $20 million. I mean, that way they don't have to stay with the project, but if they're making a profit off of this, they're actually making money on the top end. But my recommendation would be not to move forward, but it's 5-4, so you have recommendation to put it on the meeting to vote on it.
Yes, sir. We'll work on bringing back an ordinance to give them more time.
Thank you. All right, up next, unauthorizing urban camping ban updates. Unauthorized, sorry. Jim Tolbert.
Say this.
Something that you have that surgery.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I apologize if I misread some of these. I had eye surgery Wednesday and I'm kind of in between, one eye good, one eye not.
Oh, okay.
So no matter what I do, but,
Drove today.
welcome to my club. We came before you last month and talked about the urban camping ban. Didn't quite get to any conclusion, so we wanted to bring that up again, tonight and try to get to some closure one way or the other on this. Primary purpose is to give you an update about the ordinance that was adopted in 2022, November 2022, that would give us enforcement authority over camping in the city. The secondary purpose is to talk about how we make that happen and the need for a shelter as we move forward, because that's the one thing holding us back from enforcing the camping ban. Again, in November 2022, you adopted an ordinance that gave us the authority to restrict unauthorized camping. Per that ordinance, it's unlawful for anyone to camp on public or private property without the written consent of the property owner, except in the location where camping has been expressly authorized by the city. And then enforcement of the ordinance requires that we have available shelter space for everyone that we would tell that they have to move. Again, without everything being in place, we could not make an arrest or otherwise enforce the ordinance against people camping on public property. And again, you know, if we give them a written or verbal order to move after posted notice to move from the camp, then they need to comply. We have to have though a shelter option available, and that's one bed for everybody that we would be enforcing against. And then if the people are asked to move, we have shelter available and they refuse to move, then we can make an arrest or give a citation. The ordinance also requires city manager to establish policy and procedure that would say how we would go about doing this. That has been done. It was in your packet that there is an encampment policy that talks about how we enforce the camping ban, what happens, how we maintain their property, how we retain their property to comply with previous court decisions that have been made. Again, the policy has been drafted. It's in your packet. It's ready for implementation. All it needs to do is be signed and posted as required. And then again, following the policy, the posting of the policy, the shelter space is the only remaining thing before we can enforce. Council asked the questions of, a couple of questions before. How many shelter beds do we have in Commerce City? Zero. Zero that we control, and really zero shelter beds that exist. According to the point in time count taken last month, at that time we had 93 people that were unsheltered and homeless on the street. And then how many beds would we need? Potentially 93 if we were to aggressively go after all the encampments at one time. We have reached out to Denver and surrounding communities, but Denver primarily, and their shelter space, because of both the homeless and the migrants, is upwards of 95% occupancy at this point. As of December 27th, Community Wellbeing, just to give you some more stats, had 1,133 contacts with people experiencing homelessness in 2023. We've been able to house 23 people with our programs and assistance. Again, not only do we not have shelters, we don't have a lot of space to put people. And so 23 doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're working with control of zero housing units, the team has been doing pretty good. We've got 50 active clients that are currently enrolled in our homeless management program, trying to get them to housing. Again, we don't have housing available. We don't have all the vouchers we need available. But 14% of those are families, 86% are individuals. Again, we also, as you know, we do have the opportunity for severe weather. We used Eagle Point back earlier this year very successfully as an emergency shelter, but that's only an emergency shelter. We could use Bison Ridge, but again, this is during severe weather. During severe weather through the SWAP program, the Severe Weather Activation Program, we get 10 vouchers per activation to use, assuming we can find a place to use those vouchers and put people. Only 10 when there are 93 people that we know are on the streets in Commerce City. And then the weather criteria for SWAP is only assessed between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. So if it's 5 degrees outside of those hours, they don't even activate the program. It doesn't count. It's only during those hours. The program activates with what they call Tier 1, was when it's 21 to 32 degrees with a 25% or more chance of precipitation or accumulation of 6 inches of snow, or it's 11 to 20 with no chance of participation. And then Tier 2, if it's 10 degrees or below, and there are 32 extra vouchers, if that happens, that are divided amongst the cities in Adams County, and we get 4 of those basically to add to our 10. So only 14, again, to deal with what we know are 90 plus people that are living on the street. Going back to the policy, again, the policy is an attempt to outline how we preserve public health and safety of the public, maintain city property, while again, balancing the property rights, individual rights of those people that are in the encampments. And again, the policy addresses the abandoned encampments, the role of community well-being, differences between enforcement of public and private property, and removal of property. If we remove property, we have to maintain it in a safe place for up to 90 days before we can dispose of it. So if you've seen some of these, that's a lot of property a lot of times. And so we have to have methods in place, and we put them in the policy for how we would deal with that. So what do we need to do tonight? If council desires that we fully implement the encampment policy, then we've got to have shelter space. And there's ways that we can provide that. We could possibly partner with nonprofits or others to help us build it. We could provide it, but right now we don't have any options available to us. And if we want to implement this and start trying to get people off the streets in the encampments that are in our areas that y'all get complaints about, we get them on a regular basis. That's the one thing that we're lacking to be able to move forward. So we'd love some direction from council tonight.
And I think this kind of gets back to the conversation of why we came before you all on January 8th. We had seen a heightened or an increased level of complaints from our community, because obviously what Mike was seeing with homelessness, about how are we addressing, what is our ability to address and to enforce. And quite frankly, I think I wanted also to dispel some misrepresentation of what we could do and what we were doing with respect under the law that we have in place and what we have been. Now, the question that, as Jim asked, I have for you all is, we are maxing out our level of enforcement today with respect to various staff that is weighing in on these matters of unhoused, from public works to PD to community development, community well-being. And if you all have a desire to want to do something, then this is that last step in order to do such. If not, we will continue to enforce at the level that we currently operate, because that is the one that is in compliance with a number of different factors as it pertains to civil rights and other other aspects of our unhoused population. But I didn't want to make a decision or make any assumptions in a vacuum without having a conversation with you all on. Here's what we've done, as you all have requested, we have done such. What does the council, or what would the council like us to do going forward?
How long are we gonna have them for?
Housing, it's my understanding that we have to provide at a minimum 90 days of housing for the shelter centers. At a minimum.
90 days. Denver does 14.
14, yeah.
Why do we have to do 90?
Sarah, would you like to weigh in on 90? And this is Sarah Montesire, she is our community wellbeing manager.
Hi, from my understanding, which I will double check for everyone as well, so I'll speak out of terms, is if we do continue to cleaning encampment space needs to be available. 90 days is my understanding from previous research that we have done.
Sarah, could you stand up and speak louder?
Yes. Yeah, so as I was saying, I will double check to confirm, but from my understanding, it is 90 days. You need to allow the opportunity for folks to transition out of homelessness, and 90 days is that sweet spot of transitional housing, bridge housing.
Yeah, that's interesting, because Denver,
Yeah.
they have
14 days. So long as it's 21 maybe, but I think New York City was 18 months on average.
We can, we'll look into that.
Just following up on that, just on your experience in working with like unhoused community is, so if it's 90 days, right, which I believe that, if you said it is, and what resources are part of those 90 days that actually help them transition from homelessness or unhoused to?
From my experience in working with folks who are engaged with us, it's allowing us to know where folks are, see accessibility. Constantly, our folks are getting moved around. So being to have that straight access, working on needs, start getting their documents, all wellness support, mental health, medical, all of that comes with that. Being stable in shelter will provide that.
Councilman Ford?
yeah, I'm curious where, what entity has a law that says 90 days? I mean, where does that come from? I just, if Denver's doing 14 and we see some of these other cities and what they're doing, where is the requirement of the 90 days coming from?
Yeah. We can look at that, when we were first talking about the creation of the ordinance and thinking about how to go about enforcing it, there were internal conversations that I think were predicated of some of the best practices that we were seeing from the city of Denver, which at that time, I don't know, Lee, if you're aware of it or not, that there was an active litigation against the city, I believe by the ACLU, in regards to its enforcement and its limitations on stay and or retaining property, which I think while it's not written policy, it has been practiced, and we've been keeping tabs, or we've been trying to keep tabs to see what the result of that case would be on that. And while it's not case law coming out of, I'll call it the district, and I'm killing your lingo right now.
Ninth Circuit.
The Ninth
Yeah.
Circuit with Idaho
Yeah.
and Boise, which also has established this basic understanding of 90 days as a minimum. But
So-
once again, it's not coming out of our.
Okay, yeah, no, it's not the 10th Circuit, and I'm just trying to figure out is this something that we're having to abide by 90 days, or what is the number we have to abide by? Because I want to make sure that our residents know this is what we're obligated to do by law, and I'm not seeing the legal factor, so.
Understood. So if the question is legally, is the 90-day, is that a requirement? I'm not comfortable answering that on the fly right now. I'm sorry, one weekend, but I will certainly, I know the case law that we're talking about. I can look into it and let this council know. I do know that the city attorney's office did work with the city manager in preparation of this meeting. I don't know if that conversation with regards to the 90 days took place, so I certainly don't want to hamstring anyone in a delay, because I would personally need to look at it before I, as your legal counsel, provided my opinion.
Drinking coffee every
But
day.
yeah, to the extent that the 90 days is a legal requirement, if it exists, it's likely going to be in the Ninth Circuit, which is not technically applicable law here. But would certainly be a roadmap for guidance on how to comply. But again, I need to look at this to provide you with.
That matters a lot to me,
Of
is
course.
what that number
Sure.
is and why.
Absolutely.
And since I have the floor, I'd like to continue if that's okay.
Sure.
I am concerned. I'm watching other cities. Aurora just came out and said, hey, we're going to be limiting services and reducing the sanctuary laws that they have and things of that nature. Denver has come out and said, hey, we're going to be a sanctuary city, but not necessarily provide shelter. There's 40-some thousand more people here with needs. If we open up 20 beds, what does that do to us in attrition over time? And how does that put us into a position where it's unaffordable for our city too? And so I don't want to cross a line that we can't get back across without knowing that we're gonna be serving our residents. Because if I'm a homeless person or if I'm a migrant and I'm on the other side of Sand Creek on 47th Avenue, that shelter's full and there's a bed here, I am coming across a creek and I want my bed. And guess what? 50, 100, 200, 400, whatever. I can't understand the math and how we can fix the problem. And so I don't want to invest into spending taxpayer dollars to start providing services that, social services, it's always been a function of the county. And if we get into this, I'm seeing what's happening to the other cities that have gotten into it and they are being crushed financially. And so I am a humanitarian. I want to help people, but unfortunately, I see a need that nobody, New York, Denver, nobody can fix right now. And I don't want to misuse our residents' tax dollars that should go to their services without vetting it out and making sure that we can do this without increasing in a substantial way.
That's what knows.
So we're talking about encampments here. The kind of people who are usually in encampments are people that want to congregate together and not move. They don't usually want services. We have on here the number of beds we might need as 93. How many do we have to have in order to enforce this ordinance?
One bed for every person that we want to remove from a camp. So if it's a 10-member camp, then it's 10. If it's 20-member, it's 20. But it's for anybody that we ask to leave, we have to offer them a bed. They don't have to take it, but we have to offer them a place to sleep.
So if there's a 40,
theoretically, yes, ma'am.
okay, all right. Well, one of the things that I'd really like to suggest that we do is probably take a field trip and look around. I started thinking of some of the nonprofits that are around. Like, what about Stout Street? I mean, they deal with addiction problems. We have Volunteers of America, that's got a place. I mean, the one thing that I don't want to have happen is for us to spend money building a shelter, putting it in an area that's going to impact our residents who are already feeling burdened with just struggling to make ends meet. And impose this on them. I want to do this. We can enforce this because our residents don't deserve this, but we've really got to think this through. Looking at different options, looking at what other areas have done. I went on the one in Tacoma for the NLC summer meeting, and what I saw just was not something that's gonna work here, that's for sure. I had an encounter with a homeless person the other night when I was going to the Alms 14 DAC meeting, and I was early, and so I was dropped off at the rec center, the Eagle Point, and there was a man who was obviously homeless, who was sitting in one of the chairs. And unfortunately, he had no underwear on and kept standing up, and his pants were unzipped. His name was Wolf, and he was howling. But after he engaged with a couple of people from the rec center, they asked him what he was doing. He said he was waiting for somebody, and then he realized that maybe it was time to leave, and he left. Wolf did not smell very good either, but I started talking to another gentleman who was sitting there, and he was telling me a story about how he was beat up by a homeless person in the King Soopers parking lot. He said that he was getting into his truck, he turned around, and the guy said, give me money. And I said, I'm not giving you any money. And the homeless guy started pounding on one of our residents. And so that was an interesting story to listen to. My point is, I guess, like, about somebody like Wolf obviously had mental issues that I don't think could be resolved in any kind of rehabilitation. So I think that if we have to figure this out to comply, to make this work, we're gonna have to do it where we have to just do the minimum, because I keep saying more and more of this, and this issue is not going to be resolved by Commerce City. It's just not. We've got to figure out what we can do that's going to be the best thing for our citizens. But to build a 93 bed shelter to accommodate people for 90 days is not the answer.
Jim, you were about to say something?
I was gonna say, we don't have to build a 93 bed. I mean, 30 beds would help us be able to deal with them. Just couldn't deal with all of them at once, but again, we were not advocating that we build a 93 bed shelter.
Yeah.
By any means.
And if we do this, I think that we should look at structures that are already existing. They have to be in industrial areas, away from families who deserve the quality of life that we promised them. And So that's my, and you know that I am an extremely compassionate person, but this is a problem that is way beyond our scope of being able to solve.
Councilmember Bear? Yeah, I definitely think we need to do something, right? But we need to bring the county into it as well. They've been working on coming up with a solution for years now, and I don't know what they're doing or what the plan is, but originally the plan was to take a regional approach to the situation. But I think a lot of times that means is, they want to build a shelter somewhere, and
In Calvert City.
more often than not, it'll be in my community, because, we take the brunt of most of the housing issues in the metro area. And, what's sad is the homeless shelter that we did have just shut down, and Access Housing, and they couldn't afford to keep the doors open. They couldn't afford the maintenance on the buildings. They've gone to disrepair, and I don't even think they kept people for 90 days, which is what's kind of hard for me to grasp is, if we have to keep people for 90 days, by the time that everyone gets a bed, it'll probably be, 2 years before the time we can make the round. So I would like some clarification and hopefully narrow that scope. And if we are keeping people for 9 days, I do hope that we're partnering with Stout Street and, making sure that they're getting some of those wraparound services that they need, for addiction. In my community, I've ran people out from Alsip Elementary, from the playground where kids are playing, they're smoking crack, 30 feet away. And, same thing in the intersections, they're panhandling and they're there just lighting up without a care in the world. And, there's nothing that our police officers can do unless they witness the crime. And so, my advice to everyone is call it in. If you see something, say something, because police can't just walk up to people, but at the same time, they shouldn't be out there doing that when you have your family in the car sitting at the intersection and they're over here seeing someone do something and asking you questions about it. There's compassion, but it's within reason, because too often we just let everything go by. So I do hope that we incorporate those services, especially if it's 90 days, and let people know upfront that, hey, if you're gonna be staying here, you have to go to meetings, and you have to be sober, or you have to do job training, whatever it is we can help to actually address the root cause and not just provide shelter. Because I think too often that's what we do, is we just throw money in a roof. But I do think it all begins with shelter, right? We have to get them off the street first before any of those other issues can ever be addressed, because it always comes down to the most basic needs. If your basic needs aren't covered, nothing else matters. You don't care about people seeing you smoking crack on the street, or, whatever, because you don't have a roof, you don't have somewhere to use the bathroom and those basic things. So I do think we have to have some compassion and come up with a solution. I don't think we can do 93 rooms. Even if we bought La Quinta off of 88th and Highway 85, I doubt they have 93 rooms there, and I doubt that we can afford it. So, we'll probably have to start small somehow. And we have a lot of developers in the city that, maybe we can partner with them to build us like a 10 or 12, room unit and put some bunks up or something. We might have to think outside the box to come up with a solution for that.
If I may, Mayor, just to respond to the question about county's involvement at the staff level, as there's this consortium that we've been participating in. It's been a while since that consortium has come to the table. the county's focus had, and what they've communicated to us has been the provision of life skills training or funding for life skills training and other services, mental health services. Not so much on the brick and mortar, but the things that would help to fund those partnerships with nonprofits or like Stout Street or others that could help with what we're seeing within our community. That's where they've kind of more started to tailor their focus, that on the regional aspect will provide the foundation for you all from the service basis, the programmatic basis, while you all think about how to approach it from, and when we say you all as local municipalities, approach it from the brick and mortar. Now, once again, that's not stopping us from going back and re-engaging with them and saying, hey, let's re-tackle this and see where that falls. It may change, it may not change, but I just thought you all should know that from the conversation we've had to this point with county staff.
Thank you. Councilman Brooks?
Thank you. This is a topic that's complicated. And I guess my question, I have a couple of questions. Having pallet shelters, right? That's something that's been happening, has been the ability to have a shower and also have, locked, secured space. Have you talked with the city of Aurora, for example, who's had pallet shelters that are next to a church and there's been some success there with wraparound services? Have you talked to them about that?
Theirs has been extremely successful, the one they put near the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
We've had conversations about that. Council didn't express a lot of interest in moving that direction, but that's one way to address the problem and it's, maybe a less expensive way to be able to do it. We'd have to find a place to put them. The one at the Salvation Army, they brought in a shower and restroom facility, which is separate from the actual pallet shelter that people live in. But it's all a self-contained operation. I think Councilman Madero made a good point, is you got to get people off the street before you can really address the problems they've got. Sarah and her team do a great job in working with our homeless community and getting those wraparound services. But they have to chase people. They sign people up for a voucher this week, and by the time there's housing available, they have no clue where they are, and they have to spend days looking for them if they can even find them, because these folks move. You get them in housing, get them stabilized. Pallet shelters are phenomenal for that, but it's one opportunity we can look at.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money in Proposition 123 that we opted into that's available, and there are nonprofits. Access Housing is a great example of how it's very difficult for them on their own to build, operate a facility, but with partners, we're getting some of that free money that's out there from things like Proposition 123. There's opportunities that's what we were talking about, is start pursuing those partnerships, looking for those opportunities to be able to bring back to you and try to deal with, because we know we can't afford to do it on our own.
And that's part of the discussion, is bringing in other resources. Is that what you're saying? Is that?
Yes.
I would, one of the staff I like the staff recommendation of direction to operate a shelter. And it sounds like there's layers to it. Like, is there a possibility to say, okay, here's this option, maybe pallet shelters. I do think the idea of building a standalone shelter may not be the right solution, because it's problematic in terms of upkeep, challenge. We have to either adopt a work first principle that says, okay, this is our strategy, or housing first principle. I don't know if we had that discussion as a council yet, but I'll be interested in seeing the different spaces in terms of the pallet shelters, opportunities to implement that with other funding. The other piece that I'll be interested in as a part of that conversation is the 90 days. I understand if it's the minimum, fine. But also love to have a conversation around what's the human aspect of helping someone recover from where they're at in the worst part of their life, right? And there's a minimum, I get it, but if 90 days is what can really help provide someone an opportunity to rebound from their life, I would love to think about best practices in that. If it's shorter, fine. If it's 90, fine. But I'd love to start in that discussion around like, how do you help citizens and residents turn their life around if that's possible? The other piece that I would recommend is, or I have a question about, Aurora has created a Arapahoe count, they're having a big thing about the Crown Plaza on Tower Road and I-70, right? They're creating a regional shelter where you go in and you be able to get off the streets and then move up different parts of the Crown Plaza. My understanding is supposed to be a regional approach. Have you engaged with the city of Aurora about what that looks like?
You want to address that?
No, City of Juarez homelessness manager sits on our meeting, but
Okay.
that has not been a conversation about regional partnership with the Crown Plaza.
Yeah, I would look into that as well. And our cost may be transportation. But that is the whole, I don't know if everyone knows about that. They're buying the Crown Plaza and they're having wraparound support services. And the whole goal is they're using a workforce approach, same with Colorado Springs, where they're saying that if you have work and you have that value of working, you more likely make it off. That's their strategy. Denver is a shelter first, and that's their strategy. So I would love to hear about that possibility as an option. There's transportation or pallet shelters. And then the other, I think those are the big pieces. The last point is just that, again, no action it shouldn't be an option. We have to figure something out, especially in our core part of our city, because our residents, our businesses, they're gonna, and I guess across the whole city, not just the core part, but there's folks that are disrupt in different parts of life because they need support and help. And I would love to figure out as a city, how do we help them figure out how to get back on their feet, whatever reason they're in the house. And so, so I would love to have more conversations about those different types of options and make a decision.
One of the things you said, the 90 days, the beauty of that, you get forgetting they cost more and it's difficult, but in 90 days, you almost have bridge housing where it gives an opportunity to get them in more permanent housing where, if they're only there for 14 days, they're in and out, and you really don't have time to get them stabilized and working. But we had a presentation last year at council, and we talked about the different stages: emergency shelter, bridge housing, more permanent housing, and there are different steps that you have to get. Again, our problem is, if we have 90 days, we have an opportunity to find something where we can get them a voucher to find somewhere for them to go, whether it's a hotel or it's an apartment somewhere. But there's just not a lot of available housing out there to put people in, nor are there a lot of available vouchers, but all y'all make really great points about this.
And the thing about shelters too is my understanding is that sometimes people don't feel safe in the shelter. I mean, especially if you're addicted, a lot of the drug dealers are going to the shelters because they have to leave within a day or so, right? And so you get back on the cycle, or you get your stuff stolen by someone else who may have some other issues, or they're up all night yelling because of maybe mental health challenges. And so I get that part of it from talking with people who are actually, living on the street, and family members who experience that as well. And so I don't need a tour. I don't need to go do a tour. It's just I want to figure out how do we, create options so we can help folks.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
I think I mentioned in this space before, my brother was homeless and he died homeless on Skid Row. He was homeless for more than half of his life. So it is a very personal thing for me. I don't know if you guys have reached out to spaces that have certain kind of trauma sensitive paradigms, because it is true. How many shelters offer spaces for dogs? Shelters are also a basis for, or a backbone for community climate preparedness as well too. Let's say we had fires, things like that. So how are we reinforcing shelters, not just for like the houseless view, but emergencies as well? And then I work with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Task Force. It's incredibly dangerous for women and children. in those spaces.
Yes.
So, and there, I could show you so many statistics as to why. So Denver Homeless Out Loud is actually a really good resource in how to be culturally sensitive and trauma sensitive in that way. Denver Homeless Out Loud. And Native, the contact for the Native SOS site for how they use transitional housing and small housing, it wasn't pallet homes though, was Cuica Montoya. And I did trainings with them and for them as well for understanding the type of trauma disparities there. The reason I bring that up is because it is a mental health intersection, but it's so many tiered systems. It is substance abuse as well, but it is just plain poverty. It's legitimately communities that need that extra assistance that to some degree, a universal standardized shelter is not going to be effective. It's just a warehouse to store people and we can't look at it that way. So I do want to make some type of urgent action, but it still has to have tiered level systems of where is there going to be safety provisions? Can we invite dogs in the space? Like different things like that. And then how will this in the long term also serve community? Let's say it is a community climate preparedness space. That how would that work as a shelter if we actually had, God forbid, something happen as an explosion or a fire or a climate disaster and community needed to engage there too. So just looking at it more than just a houseless relative shelter, but as a backup housing, honestly, that could be in that space transformative.
And Councilmember Ford?
You know, I probably would have thought a lot different about this a few years back, but I live it every day. I work on 46th Avenue Drive. Our office is in between two hotels. Both of those hotels have been purchased by Denver and are now shelters. And I watched every morning the drug dealers show up and hand the drugs through the windows of this hotel. I watched the fire rescue and everybody show up and I asked, what's going on? News crews, a child under a year old crawling around on the floor in a provided shelter, got a hold of a fentanyl pill and died next door. Crime has went through the roof. Property values have diminished greatly. Literally, the owner of the office building I work in has it on the market right now for sale. Can't deal with the losses he's already dealt with. And I think about our community and I think, yes, I have feelings for these people. And I have stopped and given some people money that I felt needed it. I had hired a guy that was homeless and I had him work for me for a year when I had my company. Provided health insurance, everything else to try to do my part to help. But we're talking about our residents' money. What services do you end up reducing? Because this is a problem that it's not a small city problem. This is a nationwide crisis. And once you invest in it, once you start, where do you top out? And you know, I agree with Councilwoman Douglas. You put the stuff, you have to do it in an industrial area so it doesn't negatively affect our residents. But from an economic development standpoint, you want to create new opportunities, new businesses. You know, Councilman Madera was just saying, hey, a lot of the tax revenue comes from our industrial base that's in the southern portion of the city. Do you want to cripple that? I mean, I think about all these things as I go to work every day and I see the problems. We've been broke into 7 times in the last couple of years since these shelters went in place. If anybody wants to see really bad, drive up 47th Avenue, just east of Colorado Boulevard. The people are fighting each other. The one guy chased a woman across the field and beat her down, I think, to death with a hammer. And, you know, that was talking to Denver representatives. And it's like, how do we fix this problem? If New York City, Chicago, and Denver can't fix this problem, and now we've just injected thousands of more people, I'm worried you cross that line, you can't come back from it. And our residents, they signed up for quality of life services to good roads, good parks, those type of things. And personally, I'll help the homeless people the way I personally want to help them, as I have in the past. But to take our taxpayers' dollars, inject something into the community that could totally diminish property values and run businesses off, create crime. I am with what I see on a daily basis, I can't do it. I absolutely can't.
Councilmember Douglas.
Well, and I was gonna say, I think the field trips are really relevant because to see things firsthand, then you know what to expect. And to evaluate whether that would work in our community, because our obligation as elected officials, first and foremost, is to our residents. And so I thought I knew, I saw Brandon Pallet Home at one of the conferences that I went to. And then I saw a community of pallet homes in Tacoma. Way different. And it does have to do with poverty. I mean, I asked, where's everybody? They're working. If they're working, that's the only place they can live? Is a pallet home with shared laundry and toilets and showers? That's it? So the problem stems deep. I think it has a lot to do with income disparity that has been normalized here in this country, and it is a nationwide issue. So I would definitely say field trips. And at this point, in order to enforce this encampment, to break them up or wherever, whatever, to get them out of the encampment, we're gonna have to figure out something that will back that up for the time being. So at least we're helping our citizens here until we can get it somehow figured out, some kind of solution that we can all agree on.
I misunderstood. You're talking about field trips to like models of shelters. Oh.
The actual, where you're seeing them housed, like what I saw with Denver's homeless sweep or whatever, the housing people. I went to a lot of those town halls to see what was going on firsthand. Okay, just recently, we drove past one where it was on the news and it was pallet homes. And they put it in a neighborhood that those people didn't want that there, and they were lower income people that in that neighborhood, just working people struggling to survive. Okay? You're not gonna see them at the country club, the pallet homes. You're not. And then when Mayor Johnston decided where these different sites were going to be, we went to meetings where we saw the backlash from the constituents who didn't want them there. Guess what? They were more influenced. Did he put them there? No, he didn't. Because he heard the backlash from and you know what? We've heard it here before you got on council. Citizens coming forward saying, hey, you know, I want to help, but I don't want to have to live with people that I don't know how they might respond in any given situation because of mental health issues as well. And that's why I brought up the story of the guy who got beat up in King Soopers parking lot over here. And he was like, he said, yeah, Wolf could have reacted anytime and went cuckoo. So
First, I want to thank Sarah and her team.
Yes.
For the work that you do every day, because you are
Yes.
confronting this issue on a regular basis. You are helping people at the same time. You have residents that are complaining and you're put in a very difficult position on a regular basis and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you very much for what you do. Thank you. like Councilmember Chacon, my brother was homeless. The shelter that was helpful to him, he was similar to people who don't like being in shelters because things get stolen and so forth. And also, the homeless talk among each other and give each other advice. And so they will advise each other not to go to that one or go to this one or whatever the case might be. He had a vehicle, so he slept in the vehicle where he could and a gym membership for $10 a month, that kind of thing, you know? But the shelter that he was in, he had his own room, shared kitchen, shared bathroom, but his own room, and that sort of helped get him to the next stage. And he does have a successful life now, by the way, so I do want to say that. I think, though, that what's important is that we need to make clear, particularly to the residents of Commerce City who have complained a lot about the homeless issue, is that there is apparently nothing that can be done about, you know, they might want people swept out of Commerce City, but there is no legal basis for doing that. That has been demonstrated in court, and that's where we are in this problem right now, is that we have to have shelter, some sort of shelter for them if we are going to move people from various locations. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We have to have something for them. Pallet homes seem like a great idea, but on the other hand, if you're looking at 93 pallet homes, that's probably a big piece of land or a big parking lot or something. That's a lot of space, 93 homes. A lesser amount might make sense. Gosh knows we haven't made use of the $1 million fifth floor of 72nd in Colorado or 70th in Colorado. Maybe that could be housing. I don't know what the answer is. As we've discussed, there is no great answer nationwide, but we're in a particular position here in Commerce City that there are residents who want a solution and they think that Commerce City isn't doing anything. And the reason Commerce City may appear not to be doing something is because legally they can't unless there is some sort of shelter. Volunteers of America seems like a really great choice, since I noticed that Aurora has both of its shelters, pallet shelters, are at Salvation Army. We don't have Salvation Army in Commerce City, I don't think, but we do have Volunteers of America, so that might be a way of sharing. And Councilmember Ford, didn't we have a presentation from another, like a halfway house or homeless group who had a shelter on 49th or 48th, somewhere down in that area as well? Do you recall that?
I know is 47th, which is
47th.
Denver's, and it's literally one side of the road is Commerce City, with the other side of the road is Denver's. And, you know, I go by there all the time, and all you have to do is go by there. I mean, you diminish the quality of life in an area so bad. I literally hired a guy. I had him work for me for a year. I paid him well, health insurance. And 1 year, he said, "Thank you, but today's my last day." And I said, "Did you find another job?" "Nope. I promised my dad 1 year I would try. I'm going back to the 6th Avenue Bridge to live my life. Leave me alone." You know, that's a choice. And there's some people that don't have a choice. And you can't, how do you determine who needs help, who doesn't want help? What help we should be spend? And it comes
Yes,
back to.
Councilmember Ford, except what are you going to say to your residents about
To my
that?
residents, hey, honestly, and hopefully a lot of them are watching right now. Do you want me to take $20 million today, which could end up being, you know, $100 million next year or more, whatever? I don't know, but I'm watching other cities and what this compounding interest of doing something creates. I'd like to know, how many beds does the county have? What is their investment? They're the big brother agency to the municipalities. What are they doing? You know what? I'd gladly help with their work program and let them house or find a place to house people. I mean, there's not one neighborhood or one resident in Commerce City that I'm willing to burden with decreasing their property values, negatively impacting future opportunity for economic development, and using their tax dollars to provide something for somebody who's not paying into the system for the services that they signed up to get with the tax dollars they're spending. And as much as I want to help other people, if you look at how inundated every city is right now, nobody has an answer. And if you help one, how can you help the tens of thousands?
And I do.
How do you choose?
I do want to finish my thought with
Sure.
having attended the county's homelessness consortium meeting.
The bridge.
The one thing that did not come out of it was finding out what everybody else is doing. You know, Commerce City does have at least 2 different homeless areas for vehicle homelessness, if you will. So, but we don't know what's going on. I agree with you, is that I would like to know, you know, what everyone is doing. We have had that presented to some degree to us previously, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions. I've had residents who, since they got these big property tax bills, have also asked, what's the county doing with our money? So maybe that is a good step right now as well.
And on that point, Mayor Pro Tem, I think about it all the time, not just what the county's doing, but as an overall plan. Individually, as municipalities, we can't attack this. We have to know what our partnering agencies are doing. Where's Thornton, where's Northland, where's Brighton? All of those pieces together. And, you know, it was 6-8 years ago. Steve O'Dorisio, County Commissioner, came to me and he said, hey, Sean, we'd really like to get Commerce City to open up a homeless shelter. And I said, why is that? Why don't you guys open up one? Well, because the need's in your city. I'm telling you right now, the need is in every city. People are standing in parking lots at every Home Depot and washing your windows at a lot of different intersections. You, as much as I'd like to, you can't help them all. And we've created a monster that we can't take care of. And I need to know, what is everybody else doing? You know, if you ask Brighton, if they're not doing nothing, well, we're waiting, we want you to do something, you know, and you ask the county, we're gonna support the workforce stuff. But where's the beds? Who's doing beds and why? It makes it really tough to get a plan together.
I have one final thought. I thought I had a final thought, but I have a final thought, which is the part that was missing from the consortium were city council people sitting down together and having the conversation, and county commissioners, because this is also a political animal, right? It is not just, you know, as much as I appreciate how staff has worked on this, they don't have the same pressures that a city council person does in making this decision. So to sit down with Brighton and North Glen and Thornton and Aurora, you know, our neighbors in this area, and have representatives from each of the city councils talk together on what's being done in their community and what can be done together, I think is really perhaps the best route to take. And that was what was missing for me from the housing consortium, is that it was nonprofits talking to us. Yes, we know there's a problem and so on. We weren't getting the people who are actually going to make the decision, because they're the ones who have to vote on this one way or the other, and deal with constituents about the topic.
I saw some of that taking place with Denver and Lakewood recently. And Lakewood had their residents showed up ready to lynch their elected officials for even considering trying to do something with their tax dollars that was outside of the preview of what the intention of the residents felt their tax dollars was for. And I don't want to go there either.
Councilmember Kim?
Such a wonderful discussion. You know what? Let's just throw them all in a reunion. Well, maybe that'll lower the mill levy taxes.
Anyways, question for Sarah.
Sarah, the number that was presented from that as of the December 2023 was around 1,100 people you guys made contact with. Is that number, is that a duplicative as to like if you made contact more than once with the person? So in all total, what would you say that you made contact? Not from the 11.
Like you made contacts?
Yeah, like you initial contact with one person, approximately, would you say, percentage wise, let's just go that.
I think we work pretty frequently with the same folks. They get moved around, we find them somewhere else. For duplicative contacts and the people that we're working with, I would say easy 70% of the folks we see on a daily basis. They just get moved around.
So based on the people that 70%, the people you guys have made contact, how many have, percentage wise again, how many have actually wanted to get the help to be able to move up to the next? To be able to become,
Approximate number out of the 70%, 50%.
50% of them want to.
If I may, I actually have a story to share, a little bit talking about the 90 days, getting folks stabilized in order to help them move forward and where they're at. One gentleman we've been working with since 2021, he's a native of Commerce City, he's actually native. I got word this morning that he passed away this weekend. Finally went through my emails because I was out all last week. He was matched with housing in Oakland City. Oh. So this is the third time this has happened. I don't mean to get emotional. I'm notorious for this, but all this morning, it's like, what more could we have done? What if there was bridge housing? He died from a staph infection. So now I'm coordinating with his 17-year-old daughter about burial assistance from the county. So it takes time to work with people. He's been engaged with us this whole time. And it's just so close. So best practices, 90 days. Our work is to make an impact with folks experiencing homelessness. That's what we're here to do. We just need the help.
I would say that if the 90 days was a thing and that we had to no doubt put something here in Commerce City, I wouldn't just look at the South. I would also look at the North. I would also look at services with key milestones that are associated to get someone. Craig Kim wants to go into that 90-day program. All right, Craig, you've got task 1, 2, and 3 you must complete by X date within X amount of days. You know, you're being seen by a mental health expert. You're being seen, you're basically getting clean. You are trying to make contact with people, whatever the case is, right? You maybe have relatives outside. I think that would be ideal in that space. To Councilwoman Chacon's point as well, I mean, having a space where it is safe for women, to have a safe space for, especially for pets, because majority of the unhoused do have pets, right? Then I think about what Mayor Pro Tem had just said. I think my idea would be is to say, let's get other cities involved. Let's have that no kidding discussion. What is between North Glen, Brighton, basically all the surrounding municipalities around us, to get into one room to have a discussion on it, to include the county. If that is something that is possible to do, I'd be all in support for that. Then I also think about what, Councilmember Ford had said, you've got people who don't want to get clean, who are having issues. It's a deterioration in that aspect. And I also think about the fact that, am I willing to invest? Why would I be willing to invest $20 million in this effort, taxpayer dollar effort, when I should use that $20 million to take care of our residents who are about or who are on the verge of being homeless. So this is a damned if we do, damned if we don't situation, right? I mean, nobody wants it in their backyard. So what do? I don't think us as Commerce City, we have all the answers that we should be able to, you know, let's honcho this up, let's get it going. I think we need to have a broader discussion with other municipalities around us. And I agree, I think the county needs to step in the lead in this position to go in and, you know, figure it out too. It's not just on Commerce City to make this decision. It's on other cities around us, it's on the county to step up their game to figure this out, you know, to say, here's what we need to do. But if no doubt, if we have to have something here in the city, then I would expect that we actually have a contract of some sort, right? If someone who wants to be put in that position, that they have a commitment that they are gonna get sober, that they're gonna get clean, and that we help them through that process to include getting them a job or getting them to move on. And that we have a a safety mechanism that's all around that as well, especially for the women.
Okay, so pretty much heard from, well, everybody got to speak on this. Councilmember Teeter?
I agree with Councilmember Kim, let's send a reunion. Well, if you look at the southern end, we got Connors Estate, we got women's shelters all over the place, and I mean, we've got 90% of all of the shelters.
Yeah.
And so we need to share the burden, and it needs to go up north somewhere, whether it's Union or Reunion or whatever, but that's my feelings on it.
Thank you. Well, you know, I did take a trip last year to Tacoma and I traveled, I saw all three shelters. One was pretty much igloo shelters. They were the igloo shaped, they were red, shaped like igloos. It was a tent city, they called it. And that was a place where if you had an addiction, you were able to do your drugs there. And then they had a unit there, people pretty much bring the dogs and everything. And then we went to a pallet shelter. It was contained inside a small warehouse and it smelled like urine. Nobody was there because they were out working. But they had a shelter for each person. So if you're a couple coming in there, each person had their own shelter in case the couples didn't get along, they had a place to go to. Okay. And then the last one was tiny homes. It was over next door to a Catholic church. They were running it. They received $1.3 million. All these shelters received about $1 million+ from the city of Tacoma to operate a yearly basis. At first, the Catholic church had the tiny homes next to townhomes. People didn't want them. And then they actually adopted people, say, hey, yeah, people need some help. They came over and will volunteer on the weekends, whatever. And in the tiny homes, they had places that were pretty much for families, but it also were single family, single mothers with children. So there was a lot of that on those tiny homes. So yes, I agree, we need to do something. And the county received, all the cities paid this property tax majority, same, there's no one different, goes to the county. And they were supposed to supply services when it comes to health. The city doesn't, you do that in the county. And I think the county has property as well around these joining cities. So yeah, we need to work together. But I don't think it should be all on our shoulders, because one thing is we have our people, and I really appreciate Community Wellbeing for being here and really showing us and telling us and sharing that experience with sorry for the loss. And that is tough because people need help. People need help right now. And so I appreciate what Community Wellbeing has been doing, because they've been doing a lot of work, because I know Councilmember Douglas has been sending people over to been on situations to receive those funds. And I was just looking this up, that in the city of Denver, it says the length of stay is 14 days unless if you don't have children. Homeless shelters typically limit of 3 months per person in order to help more individuals who are in or staying in the shelter for extended period of time could take up the resources and opportunities that others are waiting for. Some shelters can only provide a 3 to 5 days stay. 30 days is more common. After that, the staff will usually review your case and either extend or end your stay, and extended stay is possible with many youth shelters. So we have a lot to work through. So, city manager, what?
Well, when I appreciate all your conversation around the table, you're not in an easy position by any stretch of the imagination. I think we wanted just to bring you all where we stood with our operations and once again, needing your guidance and your leadership. You know, some of the takeaways that I have heard, with former council, we provide you a former council, what other municipalities were doing when we had Paolo and I cannot remember the young lady's name from MDHI, which is a nonprofit organization here helping the homeless population. We can resurface that, send that back out to this council so that you know what we know from what other municipalities. But probably the first step before you all take making any critical decisions is allowing our staff to work with other staffs and trying to create that summit with the county and with other municipalities for you all to sit down and to talk through at that policy leadership level, what elected officials should be doing, wanting to be doing in their community broad base.
Can we bring in NGOs and nonprofits that are doing the work? Say victim advocacy in spaces like that could have been possibly helpful. I'm not sure they have some spaces. It's in Colorado Springs though. But just how we can be more, I'm so sorry too, by the way, and thank you for sharing your experience.
I wasn't planning on sharing.
But it puts it in context and perspective of how it's a tiered system. I mean, we're not even to the point of talking about veterans. And how do we look at different spaces of houselessness and that type of tiering? But it's not a hierarchy either. It's like, how can we see it with certain priorities like women and children, veterans, things like that? And then those that need wraparound services that are gonna need that working advocacy, that are gonna need the substance abuse support. I know we need to make urgent action, but if that's the case, Commerce City, since we are at an intersection, we should be able to have a summit to be able to either support spaces like Aurora and not reinvent the wheel, but see how that paradigm works first and then try to mimic it here. But then also to hold the county accountable, frankly, like they're not doing enough. Like, and we have to be able to tell them that to their face, that we are not a dumping ground. And that we, at the same time, we want wraparound services because we do look at houseless relatives as part of our constituency, but the priority is the community that is worried about their health and safety first. So I don't know, of course, there's no answer to this, but if any way that we can bring in those that are transformative in how they're approaching it, especially the NGOs that might be a little bit more advanced about how they're doing that, and then holding state and federal agencies accountable to where when they're asking local municipalities to jump such a large mountain, how are they supporting us with the services that we can actually do that we can collaboratively also connect with each other constantly, because it's state nationwide.
We can raise that definitely. Obviously, we're not resistant upon it. Obviously, we work with a number of them. And we can see where that conversation can be led or can go when having that with, let's say, the county and others around that table.
I could give you the contact for Hesea Victim Advocacy to Monica Snowberg. And she directly works with Native populations statewide. She's the one that's also the head of the MYR.
Gladly take it.
All right.
Just to follow up, I like the summit idea. I think just getting the resource together, but you know, back in my mind, it was nudging me as like, I think about like Mama's Cafe and I think about the dentist down in Derby and I think about that Starbucks on 6th. I mean, it driving through there daily or stopping there daily or eating there, you know, daily, and it's there. I mean, you moved the van away from 270 where there was an encampment in the middle of 270 in that little intersection you get on. And so is there a mix where it is we move forward, look at best practices, which you have already, and continue to have the dialogue and helping some of those helping who's there now, because they're hurting businesses in terms of like taxpayer money, and I get the argument there, but it's people are here before the migrant. I mean, it was, now only more uptick with the window washing, but it was, I mean, you go to the Greyhound Coffee, they do a great job of having people come in, get coffee. I see it daily but what can we do now? And have a discussion or.
I mean, to be frank, we are doing what we can do.
Okay.
And that's the unfortunate reality in that, we are, for lack of better words, handcuffed with, once again, having to navigate a number of different aspects that may come down circuit courts as a glide path as it relates to, what we have currently in practice or on code. And, when it comes to those situations, that's private property, call police. File a trespass complaint. That gives us something to do on private property. It's when they then relocate to public property that's not within a park that we have already identified within our code. That's where we become hamstrung in what we can do unless there's a filed complaint. And even in that, there's still even limitations there. So, like I said, we are at our enforcement capabilities with what we have. And we will continue to do those enforcement actions and coordination with our community well-being while also working with other co-response from other services that can help. But if we're looking for, like I said, that heightened level, it's gonna have to wait until a certain determination has been made, whether it's a partnership with Aurora, Arapahoe, Adams County, or elsewhere, or internalized. That's really the triggering effect.
Yeah, because I didn't even think about Veterans Park, like that, the new part, it's a beautiful playground, but kids, you can't play there because there's a lot of activity, right? And it's, again, we're down there pretty often as well. I guess I don't know, is that, maybe we can't make it an agreement right now on how to do shelters, but are other allocation or funding that can help increase services or programming to help them move to, maybe if folks learn about other options. With
That's why they did the
services.
C3 program.
Okay, so that'll be funded, that'll help, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas and then Councilmember Derrick.
So I just wanted to piggyback on Councilmember Chacon and Councilmember Noble's what they said about getting people together, but I was at that bridge summit with Councilmember Noble, and it was a show. It was a mess. So getting together with the other council people first, and then growing it from there to bring in the nonprofits and the services and everything, I think would be a more successful way of getting productivity out of it. Because what we went to, nothing came of it. It was, yeah, so it'd have to be something where the people who are on the front lines who have to make the decisions get together and communicate and find out what they're doing in other places, if they're doing anything at all, or if they're just looking for Commerce City to take up the slack because they think we'll take it on, which is what feeling was that I got when I attended that.
Okay, Councilmember Madera, then we're going to go to council reports.
Yeah, I just have a question if, there's any kind of recourse that we can go after Denver, because like Sean was saying, they built purchased, 3 different shelters, like large, hundreds of beds right on our border. And it was intentional, they do it in minority neighborhoods, lower income neighborhoods. And they put it right on our border, and it completely amplified our problem. We didn't have this problem before they moved all those shelters in. We had homeless, but it wasn't to this scale.
I think that's a great question, a conversation for me to have with our city attorney on how to navigate. And I think it's a worthwhile question. I don't have a level of comfort to answer it from a policy perspective, and I'll at least speak from.
You know, from a legal perspective, nothing comes to mind that's readily apparent on legal recourse for another jurisdiction putting some sort of resource within their own boundary, even if the result is, you know, potentially detrimental to a neighboring jurisdiction. Nevertheless, we can look into it.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to look into that because what bothers me is that they haven't been a good partner with us.
No.
You know, when it comes to coming up with a solution and helping us, you know, with beds, even if we pay them, they turn us down. So just looking at the other side of it to see if there's anything that we can do. And I think, you know, even just calling attention to it, right? Getting the publicity that it deserves and the disservice that they're doing to our community, I think is something to look at.
Well, I will say that Mayor Mike did ask after election that he would like to sit down and talk with me about homeless, because I went to those meetings as well and said, hey, because they talked about the redlining and that shelter over there, how it's gonna impact us. So he said he wouldn't mind having a conversation, so I would do that. Thank you, thanks, everybody. It's really good conversation there. So City Manager Rogers, you wanna talk about scheduling?
Yes, sir. While we get it pulled up on the screen, the last item, and this is kind of taken from feedback, so we discussed this on January 22nd on how to look collaboratively at scheduling, prioritizing study session items. I went back with my team and I talked about some internal ways of how we can do this and from a more collaborative perspective. So what you have up here is items that have been requested by council or are being driven by staff because we need some level of guidance or leadership by council. And what you will find is that we have 18 items, we have 15 slots across Q2. And what I'd like to be able to talk with you all about these varying degree of different items is what does the city see or what does council see as a priority of what they would like to hear with respect to this upcoming quarter? And what would they like to hear in a certain order? Because of the priority that they're hearing within the community, a priority that they see based on operations, right? You'll see we have examples of the economic strategic plan, the economic development marketing plan. We have the senior commission report. We were talking earlier about land development code with respect to affordable accessory dwelling units because of the legislation that is being pushed through by the state. So what I really want this is to be is an opportunity for us to kind of talk about these very requests, like I said, that have been filed by previous councils, this council at previous meetings, and say, okay, what would you like to see April 8th? And knowing that right now, 3 items feels like where we're hitting our sweet spot on having robust discussion and being able to engage and being able to get feedback. Like I said, it leaves us with 15 slots. And we have 18 items listed up there based on conversations we've had at some point in time with council. That's not to say that if we get to agendizing 3 items and say it ends up at 7:20, that we couldn't add a 4th item. But just trying to be mindful, well, the length of conversation, the robustness of conversation that we've been having, you know, we're trying to also temper some expectations on and making sure that we're keeping the things that are being discussed are within a manageable level for digestion by you all to be able to give us guidance and direction back. So once again, you'll find number 1 and number 2 up there, presentation of the annual capital report. That's actually been slotted in June 24th. That is the last date in which we can do that, we need to do that to remain compliant. We also have the marijuana moratorium discussion up there. Our marijuana moratorium lapses at the end of June, as I understand it. So once again, we want to obviously make sure that we're getting direction from you all as to whether or not you would want to see an ordinance to extend that. And or if you have questions, what are those questions so that we can start to think about it while we're planning on when that gets scheduled.
In terms of our annual comprehensive financial report, I know we have to do that specific one, but I think we should be doing that at least quarterly, if not monthly, to go over where we are financially. Kind of baffles me that we don't talk about that more when that's one of the most important things that this council is responsible for. And I think just having that more consistently, helps us understand it better to where we do get to the year-end report. There's no surprises.
We can look at a cadence for that item. So starting with April 8th, as you see, we don't have anything obviously tentatively scheduled like with the ACFR. What do you all as council, having had some conversation today and seeing that list of things that we pulled together based off of previous conversations, you all would like to see?
I would like to see the Xeriscape come up as soon as possible. One of the reasons that we postponed discussion is because there wasn't going to be any planting over the winter. But there certainly will be by April. There'll be people at least thinking about it. We really need to address the issue.
So April 8th, am I getting support for putting that on April 8th? So just scroll down. Yep.
Yes.
April 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we've talked quite a bit about the land development code, actually, and this says that there has not been a request from council, but I think there has been. So I would be very happy to get an update on the land development code as well.
Is everybody okay with land development code at April 8th?
Okay. So one of the things that I will say about this as well, this is also allowing an open conversation. So for instance, I want to be able to confirm with Jim that we can make sure that we can have our consultant there as well. So it may be a tentative hold until we're able to get more feedback, but like I said, part of this is being able to assess what your expectations are or desires, and then trying to balance that with where we may have to end up shifting depending upon availability or not. So we can put the land development code in there for a tentative aspect.
In economic development, strategic and marketing plan, you have that two of those. I don't know how they differ exactly.
So the marketing plan is our marketing and branding of economic development. It's not the strategic plan of certain asset classes, sectors, and or techniques that would be employed for actually recruitment.
I need to know what the strategy is first.
Last study session.
So you all are gonna get a primer and a discussion during the planning retreat. So you'll have time with getting some initial assessments, feedback. I call it phase one with the consultant, at least for the strategic plan. During that time period, to which hopefully by some additional period in time, April 8th may not be the most effective, since it'll only be a 2-week turnaround from your retreat about hearing about the existing additions, landscape assessment, where there are opportunities, and how for us to advance that. You may want to look at that at a May timeframe. I would recommend to give the consultant time after you meet with them on the 15th and the 16th to go back and actually develop some product.
What about
15th
the
and
high
16th?
hazard zones? Is that gonna be ready?
I have them to be ready.
Oscar, can I just, to get what on the 15th and 16th we're going to be getting?
So you're gonna be getting the existing conditions report, the landscape assessment on the 15th and the 16th from our consultant on the economic development strategic plan.
Landscape?
That's what they call it.
Oh, not of grass and trees and.
Yes, the economic environment. They call it landscape,
Right.
yes.
Okay, now I'm clear.
So if you kind of look at it from that phase, you get the existing conditions, you get the existing environment, you get the opportunities that exist and or challenges, strengths, weaknesses. There's feedback that can be given, and then they can take that back and start to develop some level of product that can then be shared. I think a 2-week turnaround becomes somewhat difficult on April 8th. And you're probably better suited looking at either, looking at May 13th, which gives them 2 months, really, from March to May, to really develop some product to then be able to bring back to you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just kind of piggybacking on Councilmember Dare with the high hazard zones. I love to have that discussion on the 8th. As we all know, there's a lot of just speeding and go-kart, right? There's so much things that are happening across our city to get a background on what we can do to have it. Especially before summer. I think it's gonna right now, just summertime.
Everybody agree with that?
Yes. So that puts us at a time estimated of adjournment around 8:35.
Double that.
Be realistic.
Councilmember McNair?
NLC recap.
Who else? Okay.
On the 8th.
Councilmember Kim?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Rogers.
no, sir.
Finish with.
Right, so looking at April 8th, we have 3, that puts us at 8:35. Like tonight, tentatively, we were identified to end up around 8:35. Good conversation, well-needed conversation, but I don't know whether or not that's something that you may want to push an additional item on, particularly if you're looking for something that's gonna be another meaty topic. High hazard zones, land development code will be meaty, Xeriscape will be meaty. Right, we're talking about an hour and 45 just between those two items. So I would say, I think you got a good comfort level there.
Can't make it.
April 28th, April 22nd.
I would like to see the history of Commerce City on the 22nd. I know that was requested back in, October?
October.
Yep, so it's been a minute. I would assume there'd be a more major robust discussion. I think you have a lot of answers already on that you'd be able to provide, you guys would provide by then,
Yes, sir.
if anyone else is in agreement.
Okay with that? Yeah.
Right,
Anything else?
so that leaves us with wayfinding, senior commission, fencing alleys, NLC recap, my C3 update.
So I would say that the ED strategic and marketing, a month should be plenty enough time from the time of retreat, so we push that to April 22nd. That should give you guys enough time. I understand your recommendation, but I think we need to go in and press forward. We really need to get this going. Especially if it's only during a study, so this is only a study session.
NLC recap should be on there. Any longer than that, people might not remember what I did at
I still
NLC.
haven't given my recap from last year.
I think the ED plan was mentioned as well.
So if we do ED strategic marketing plan, so if you look at just between those two, that's 2 hours. The inclusive history of pharmacy, that's 2 hours and 45 minutes. If you look at, so that's 2 hours and 45 minutes between those 3 items. So that puts you at 8:45. If you focus just on those 3, now can you start to push NLC later into the year, right? Mid-year or near mid-year in May.
That should be 30 minutes.
Depends on all the feedback and news you get.
Well,
So
Yeah, I think ED is gonna take longer. Actually, we should really work on that abbreviation. But,
So I would, may I finish? So I would compromise then. Pick either strategic or marketing to be on the 22nd, you throw. And then the following, after April, we put the other ED plan on there. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair.
Start with strategic.
There you go. Start with strategic on the 22nd, then marketing on the following.
And I think, Mayor Pro Tem on that day, you're thinking lead the conversation with city
Correct.
on the 22nd. So switching the history.
Do the strategic plan first. I mean, just
Yeah.
before and then marketing at the next meeting.
Oh,
That's all I mean, because we have to know what the strategy is to know whether the marketing is hitting the audience.
that makes sense. I thought you meant on April 22nd, we start the night with that as well.
Oh, that's economic development
Yeah.
should come first before. Yeah. Marijuana is important to wards 1 and 2. The moratorium was for wards 1 and 2,
Yeah.
not 3 and 4.
And I don't think we can let that slip be after May. I think it starts to put a little bit of pressure on any updates to ordinances or direction that you all may have. Based on that conversation, because it lapses, I believe, at the end of June.
We're just suggesting that economic development comes
Oh,
first.
No, I'm just saying, I think. From that.
That's okay, just trade spots.
Councilmember Gord?
With the marijuana thing?
No, you had something?
No, I'm happy with, the decision so far. If there's something that I think is in the wrong order, I'll let you know. But I'm trying to just work as a team.
Councilmember Teeter?
I'm okay with it. You guys.
No. Would you like to pick something for good? Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
No, I'm good.
With the PRG, I know they're planning to present. Are they already given to them to present?
No, these are all fresh.
They're all fresh, okay, because at the meeting, they mentioned a date, so maybe just can we clarify with them, right, is that right?
Yeah, they did, but I can't remember what the date was.
City Manager Roberts?
Sooner than I did.
You know. Be for your. And. Is that the PRG master plan draft will be prepared and ready for your review, to which then we can have a final presentation in June. So that then starts the actual adoption process for that master plan that you all heard back in January. So I would say you would do your draft review May 13th for your third item. And then a month later, you would have the final presentation.
The senior commission is having its senior resource fair in June. So I don't know whether they want to do their presentation before their fair or after their fair. I think they'd like to market their fair. Before that. So they'd probably like to come beforehand. I don't think those presentations are expected to take very long.
We have that down for 45 minutes. Given the last one, I believe Jim was around 30-ish. The senior commission report was around 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think so.
So we gave 30 minutes for the report and some additional time for questions if they came.
I don't think it'll take that long.
Good.
Put it down.
Councilmember Kim?
No, I just want you to scroll up,
They-
just scroll up for a minute, I just want to see.
Hang on a minute,
what's
hang on a minute.
around.
Mr. Rogers, you're putting the senior commission right when they're doing their senior resource fair.
Yes, I heard from council members to put it down. So that's why John just put it. If you all want to discuss.
You're putting it right the week that they have their senior resource fair.
We do after then?
That
So
would
they
be-
can't, they can't pitch it and they can't report on it. They're having it at the same time.
So if you want to do it on the 24th, that's obviously an opportunity.
I think they need to pitch their senior resource fair. It's a big deal for Commerce City now. They get a couple hundred people to come.
So senior commission report on June 24th.
Makes sense. I think it needs to come before they have their,
Well, we can't do the session before, because all those things have to go that week.
And May 27th is a holiday.
Why do we need to finish at 9?
Well,
Or
we're saying we're
8:30.
not gonna finish at 9, that's why we're planning to.
I mean, just looking at the length of our meetings in particular, like I said, the night was to close up at 8:35. And we had generally an hour and 15 for metro districts, that went an hour and 35, an hour and 40. And then we went right to the full hour for the second. And we are an hour behind what we estimated for, once again, robust, good conversation, but also just trying to manage.
Be respectful of everyone's time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about when you put two controversial topics on the same night, there's a reason why the conversation lasts until 10.
Can I ask for the senior, can that be on a regular night, regular council meeting then?
We could easily bring it on a regular meeting, and I think
That'd be good.
so. I think there's some policy guidance there as well for what you all would like to see on nights of doing business versus nights of not doing business, but.
Just because of the time frame.
We have some kind of presentations.
So we can pull senior commission off of June 10th.
Then they can market to the whole community.
So that leaves us with 3 spots back open.
I'd love to see the high hazard zone stuff get done sooner than later.
Yeah, that's on there already.
Is it up there?
Yeah.
It's on
I'm
there.
having a hard time reading the red.
It's on April 8th.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we'll choose a different color.
Yeah, that's hard for, I got bad eyes anyway, but I'll ask Jim to read it.
Please don't. Please don't.
You show it.
That red is hard for me.
Yeah, what we'll do is maybe as opposed to that, we'll figure it, yeah, we'll, I can't say we can change it now, but yes. Councilmember Kim, you were saying?
So the question is, I guess, okay. So the last thing I heard about the senior commission update is that we're gonna bring that towards a regular meeting, is that right?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Okay, cool. So then on June 10th, the high hazard's already on there as to what council number 4 was asking for. So what I wanna know is what remains up top. Can you scroll back up to the top, John? So we've got all of those remaining. So when could the PRG master final plan be presented?
June 10th.
June 10th. So I would say request that we can throw that on there on June 10th. Does anybody else have any issues with that?
No.
Okay,
We'll put my C3 up.
wait, the My C3 and wayfinding, I think are two others that we should, I think we've been talking about this for so dang long. And if nobody has any questions, nobody asks any comments, we could be done by what time there, John? We could be done by 8:05. Done.
So you'll be done by 10?
We'll be done by 10:30.
Do we have any other stuff at the time?
Yeah.
So we got 3 left.
Yeah, so I just put those 3 in there.
We have, yearly, the youth commission yearly update. I mean, you could obviously,
Well, let's put those 4, because those 2 are only 15 minutes.
Yeah, we could do youth commission on a regular night too. It's only 15 minutes.
Yeah. PRG.
Usually short.
Yeah, PRG, 15 minutes.
Yeah. They deserve regular council.
Yeah. Let's talk about backyard chickens.
that's an ordinance being crafted right now.
Where we're at with that.
I have to talk with Lee in his office.
Which came first, the
with
chicken or
John,
the egg?
where we're at with that.
Kim's got his order on Prime, so they're coming
Well, Ruby's right there.
I've got my coop already
Why
set
the
up.
chicken across the road? 'Cause every time I see one, I'm like, why the chicken across the road?
So that right now leaves us just with the aquifer.
Well, don't complain when you have a fox in your,
The foxtail will be great.
So that leaves us with one item currently on the June schedule,
What's that?
the aquifer.
In June.
No.
really
Something
early
else.
then.
And I have just one update for you, for council, just for a point of awareness. given the need for additional storage, I think we're good here. So John, if you don't mind saving, emailing,
Thank you.
we'll get this updated accordingly. And like I said, we'll confirm with our ED consultant, about their availability. That's it.
I'll get a question.
One last question. Out of everything that has come before council during admin council business, right? Over the past, I don't know, 4 years, have we already addressed it? Is it for Q2? I mean, do we have do you have give us a full list as far as everything that's been requested amongst council the past 4 years or whatever that?
I can't say for the last 4 years, but for this council and the preceding council that we've been working through those items, yes, you see that as a continuation of that.
The voting on the website, set up.
That was, I don't believe that was meant to come back for a study session. I think that was just action.
Oh, sorry, that was actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There is one item that we'll probably bring back to you in June that didn't end up on this list is the continuation of the 72nd stamp urban renewal area for council discussion. So that'll probably slide into a second position here on June 24th. But outside of that, I think we have captured everything and we have been going back and looking at previous meetings dating from Q2 of at least last year to make sure we've captured everything.
Thank you.
So very quickly, just for your awareness, as you all know, we have some additional storage need for evidence in our heavier vehicles, SUVs and our Bearcat for PD. So staff is exploring the construction of an additional, what we're calling SWAT/SUV built storage building at the MSC. The staff will be contracting with a vendor to help with building design to accommodate these operations that ultimately will come before city council. So once again, just wanted to make you all for your awareness as we continue to obviously look at our growth of our PD and the functions necessary and the storage of various facilities. And you all were aware of our incident with our evidence locker. We're trying to remediate those issues by looking at new construction in our MSC that would be able to help with those weather conditions for our vehicles that you see out in our lovely lot, as well as our evidence. But I wanted to raise that for your awareness and know that it will come before you all for a continued discussion about cost and things along that lines. But we're doing some initial due diligence as we speak today.
Okay, anybody have any reports on that?
I will say that today, me and Councilmember Dukes met with Suncor. I think the meeting went well, but we were very adamant that they need to get their meet the regulations, and safety of the public is a priority for us, and how do we work together? Just as a snapshot to let you know, because I know some of you are meeting tomorrow. I did explain the need for them to be more of a corporate resident and participate more within our community, from the nature of what the schools may need, what nonprofits may need, and how they have done a lot over the past, haven't seen it as much lately, but to be more engaged. And I think it went positive. I'm waiting to hear how everybody else is being done.
Thank you. Anybody else? Roger?
Just to say matters, earlier, today there was an operation on Colorado Boulevard, for trailers, and, how many people did you guys cite today?
We cited 18 in a 4-hour period for overweight and a handful of warnings. We're gonna continue to keep working towards our own motor carrier unit. But in port of entry, which obviously is based upon the vehicles themselves. But they've also, the port of entry with CSP has also indicated they can run a joint operation with us in problem areas approximately 1 time per month moving forward.
Any of those trash trucks?
No,
You probably didn't check them out, did you?
I can't say that I did, but I begin to see where those citations came from.
Bet you'd be surprised where you went.
They were definitely over the 8,000, they were definitely over the 8,000 pound limit.
I was just thinking about you when you was talking about the electric trash trucks.
Yes,
Those
sir.
are heavier than you think.
So, that was along Colorado between 70th and 66. We gotta give a shout out to CSP for doing that joint service for us. It's something that the chief and I have been working on for the last couple of weeks to try to get in place, and it came to fruition. So, we'll keep at it.
Thank you. Is there anyone?
I'm not going to report on things that I did. I'm going to report on things that constituents have questions on. Chambers Road and King Supers has had a second accident. So, we know that they're moving the intersection, city and the developer will move the intersection further north. But in the meantime, that accident has become quite dangerous, people darting across, people trying to make a left turn. So we need some. Is there anything in the works? It's on 104th and Chambers, just.
I don't know of anything that's in the works, but we can certainly initiate safety stuff.
In 104th. I think they managed to take out telephone pole signs and so forth. Either that's also a bad left because of.
Sure.
And the other question is about road cracks. They're just clear understanding about why we have so many cracks.
Yeah.
And how cracks are kept up with and so on and so forth. So that almost requires some kind of presentation at a council meeting if possible to have a whole discussion about the road crack system in Commerce City.
Yeah, I can. Traditionally, what Commerce City has done is what we would normally call a crack seal program. They actually remove the asphalt and replace it, which is not really traditional. A crack seal program, whether or not excessive, usually just involves mastic, much quicker. So I think that's what we're going to change. Is what we're going to change coming up. But I will set up a meeting to explain it in detail.
It at our house, the crack is where the oh my gosh, where the sewer pipes are.
Sure.
The crack is where our water line matches up. So every place that there's an opportunity for it to freeze and thaw, where the cracks show up, right?
Can I expand on that real quick? Just, I was in public works for a long, long time. Had a pot and did a crack seal program. Do we not have that anymore?
Well, like I said, traditionally what they've been doing is removing the asphalt and replacing it, which is labor intensive, but you don't get too many of those in the season. Whereas if we did it the way you used to do it with the mastic, we can do 10 times.
Well, sure, but what we found is when we removed it and replaced it, we ended up with two cracks there. Instead of the one, because you take out a trench where the crack is, now you have a crack on both sides where the trench is. And so our program was always a hot tar mastic style. Pot distribution cracks sealing, and we had, how we were going through the city and what was done and what's coming next. And I didn't know we got away from that, but I always thought that worked great, except in areas like where Rocky lives, there were some cracks that were so big that we actually would put in, can't think of the name of it. So, rubberized stuff and then seal it. So, whatever we need to do to.
Yeah, we're gonna shift back to that this summer.
Good.
Just like.
Usually that's a winter program though.
Well, we can use it as filler times from September on. Jump on that.
Good.
I just appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's comment around the chamber, because now they have the new childcare there and it's I know a traffic study would be great, but like if there's something you can actually do to like block it off in time, I know, but it is, I even stopped using it, I go to the light because it's so because people don't know what to turn, so anyway, I just appreciate you raising it.
I would say, what, okay, neighbor work. So I had a lot of my meetings around state law policy, just probably about 5 of them in the last couple of weeks. With Nada, I met with the former mayor from Denver, Wellington Webb. I was with T-Mobile, they were coming up with some solutions they could help with this, with their city. Nothing to do on sales or anything like that. I didn't have opportunity to go to the ribbon cutting for the glass doctor, but I did stop with them. Stop over there prior to my meeting to thank them for coming in and being part of the city. And just wanted to say something about the road over there at Chambers and King Supers. That is problematic there. I do like the delineators you guys put in over on 120th and Cameroon. That works well because, you know, the little pork chop. So I think at King Supers, what you could do, because is people just don't listen, watch the stop sign. It says they have their own turn right lane they can turn into. They choose to take the other lane to go across, right? So that backs up. So if you could put delineators in there, when you're in that lane, it's right turn only, go. And then in the center where they're turning left, put some delineators up there so people can actually go around the area, because that's what's happened is they are cutting the corner. Sure. And then they're oncoming traffic, so if they have to go around, it's probably better. And I have some other ones but I just to follow up. So.
Were you done?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I meant to raise my hand earlier. I don't really have a report, but I have more of a witness statement. This morning at 4:50 or so this morning, as I was headed over to Bison Ridge Rec Center, I was in the heading west on 120th on the corner of Highway 2. Witnessed an accident occur where a vehicle, it was a silver Hyundai Elantra, Colorado plate BWW D66. I know this because I'll explain here shortly. With dark tinted windows, was heading northbound on Highway 2, taking a left, heading to go westbound on 120th. He had the red light, or whoever that person was had the red light. Little gold color Mazda was heading southbound on Highway 2, and unfortunately the Hyundai Elantra decided to try to make a left turn, T-boned that Mazda, and that Mazda went spinning 360. The vehicle did not stop, so I took it upon myself to gun it in my truck and follow that vehicle. Contacted 911, advised them of the situation, told them the vehicle plate number and whatnot, made sure I got all the information down. But that vehicle just kept on going, did not even stop whatsoever. Unfortunately, 911 told me to pull off pursuit because, I mean, we are a concealed carry state, are we not? So and I didn't have mine with me. So I went back to the two that were hit, and they were just shaken up, but they were okay. Gave them my card, gave a witness statement, interview, I guess, through their insurance company, just so they're aware of the situation. But if anyone does see a vehicle that is a silver Hyundai Elantra, Colorado plate, Bravo Whiskey, Delta 66 is the license plate, dark tinted windows. It's a shame that nobody likes to stop these days, even if you don't have insurance, but that is that was a hit and run essentially. And so, yeah.
And the people okay?
People were okay altogether, but that was it.
Misspoke, the actual senior commission report, it's not a report, it's actually the senior commission needs assessment that we are bringing back.
Oh.
That's different.
So we'll,
No wonder it's going to take a little longer.
so we'll put that
read
on,
that.
we'll put that on June 24th, if that's okay with you all, as you all fire. But I think it's important that you all have the ability to discuss that in some great detail.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just.
Whatever, the next one. Less than it changes.
What?
Filing.
Around and.
I gotta go.
You seeing all the anxiety.
I'm not used to it.
I'm not able.